Good evening, good evening. I will admit I was a little bit intending to be on a bit earlier today. I will not deny that, but I kind of got swept along in Nikkei with tower climbing, and I'm currently at floor 1025 right now, which is fairly high in all honesty. It is very, very high indeed. I was not expecting to get to that point, especially since Rain was having trouble getting past floor 999. But you know what? Some of us are just built differently, so it is just what it is. It is indeed just what it is. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing a fantastic. Because I know I am doing pretty goddamn poggers indeed. Da 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 da. Ooh, I wonder because I'd like to know when to get around to it as well. Ah. Anyway, the beauty of Limbus Company. Now, I will be using the bleed team, the bleed ring team, most likely, for the story of it. I have not done the story. As far as I'm aware as well, this is not voiced either, so I do look forward to a little bit of a tale as old as time, indeed. Now, as I have no idea if we will get past this or not in terms of getting forward for it, but it's at least 14 parts by the looks of it because of the boss part, so there might be a load more than we expect. Now, it's very unlikely I'll get this finished, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay. There's always other days. And there's still plenty of time left to go. Oh, crap. Headset's stuck. Let's sit back, relax, make ourselves nice and comfortable. And, let's get in there, shall we? 9.5-1. Obviously, last time we were in, we went through the House of Spiders and we kicked the living shit out of, well, all the ring members, well, the finger members in there at least anyway, but still. But not without some losses, unfortunately. It was quite brutal on our end, really. Oh yeah, New Heathcliff is amazing. If you haven't used him, he is awesome. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seemed to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gestures are important if that objective can be accomplished. Don't forget to press F to pay respect. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. And all of these alerts right now on my phone. What the hell? Why now? It's mostly just emails, but still. God damn it. Hello there, Isamaras. Hope you're doing very well indeed. My day has been beautiful so far, and now it's even better. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not, the one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ufi Association's notarization otherwise. I said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Anonymity? Maybe? I don't know. Intentional anonymity it is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth! Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Nice. Hey, Middle Ishmael is still good. So yeah. The name of the deceased was... Oh yeah, none of the others remember who it is at this point. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed a twisted version of the memory as if it were a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that everything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. God damn. Lucky sons of bitches. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals. But apparently not. Huh. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've travelled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights is one of the more proper funerals. If only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Yes, exactly. This is actually major kind of like big plot points for Canto 6. For some reason, I don't know why they're starting with it. But okay. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Thank you for the luck. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. The sweepers. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumours there. Rumours? You know, rumours about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, or all that rot. Why are we getting bonked? Oh my god, why? Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they would lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. For reasons I understand. Owenheim scoffed and hung his head. Oh, Jesus, foolishness. All of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. Fancy words. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. Yeah, I was surprised I got to floor 1025 in Nikkei Tower. It's been going pretty bogus in that. He must have for that. Like, he's got to have, right? With the way that they all sort of had the same sort of sadness. But it's like, whatever, man. If he wants to do that, then yeah, cool. It's honestly, it's almost no different than, like, what Markiplier does to a degree, or others, but a lot less, like, necessary effort. Because he takes, like, pictures and then edits them in, like, Photoshop, or someone else edits them in Photoshop. It takes them, like, ages to do it. Instead, it just takes, like, a lot less of the time. Yeah, it means that someone doesn't have to put all the work in, but yeah, if you don't have the ability to pay someone to do it, then yeah. The flame devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Exactly, it's a thumbnail, not a movie. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. I haven't finished all of them. I've done 2 stages. I do know that when you start, like, handing in the fruits, whatever it is, it starts upgrading the base at least. So I've been like, you know, chipping at it a little bit here and there. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So, you won't be leaving just yet? Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Hmm? Me? The German boy. Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Oh, I haven't done the quest for Sigriki yet. Huh? What investigation? What are you... Oh, it's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Yeah, just standard human experimentation. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or 2 on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No. I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first one to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. It's her ego gear. Her ego gear is based off of the Fire Blossom moth. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you can do is thank us. The least you can do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Edison waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Oh, of course. So when they have Ego Gear, it basically takes on the sort of... Ego Gear are basically special suits of... Well, suits? Gear, whatever you're going to call it. That are extracted from an abnormality, which an individual can equip. But you have to have a certain amount of willpower to not, like, get taken over by the abnormality as well. If your attunement goes too high, it can end up killing you, which is pretty much what happened to Martin. But he had to raise his attunement level that high to distract the ring nurse father, which is unfortunately why he died. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. Hey, what about you? You not going with him? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book marginally. Good what it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried, really, him away. All right, we should get going too. Oh. Do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Yeah, got something else that I'd help with. Better be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Ah, yes, of course. We've actually been very quiet. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vesper in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. She is now stupid Faust. Is she accessing the Gesell shaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I'd intended to discuss with you and Sinnoh Ryoshu. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. What kind of assistance, says Clockhead? Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. Oh yeah, it's so good. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form, equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vesper's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtuous chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Aye. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh no. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WK0A eluded mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you. But I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstances, is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow had become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some skillful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. Faust, please behave. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Cinefor's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away? Oh my god, please, Ryoshu. You have assisted enough. Ah, bless her though. She's trying. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Oh ho! Yeah, you enjoy your AFKness, I mean, you'll probably be back by the time I actually even mentioned that, but it's all good.
See, I kind of don't want to waste it, but at the same time, if I don't use some of it, I feel like it's just...
Because that's going to tick through. Survivor, eh? Da 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 dun, da 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 dun, da da da. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. Hey, this place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process, while keeping the costs reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive with the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended.
No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate.
Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said.
What?
Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a resentment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traced the usual fawn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt.
I'm dead, mate, as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys.
You anticipated some form of a corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. They do speak Korean. The language they speak in this is Korean. When they actually do the voices, you mean, when they do it? Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses.
I value this information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. You've got zero self-respect, huh?
You should consider yourself fortunate.
Huh? The heck are you on about?
Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities.
Yeah, no, I understand. I felt the same too.
It's not quite as much as a sudden like whiplash as it is when you hear Chinese in anime, especially when you're used to hearing Japanese. But yeah. Sometimes Korean, like when you first hear Korean, sometimes it can sound very close to Japanese, but it has like a very obviously different words and stuff like that too. Whereas obviously Chinese is very, very different. Or should I say Mandarin? That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection.
You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister.
The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Yeah. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I mean, all of this entire, like, Intervalio anyway isn't voiced. So, they don't tend to voice them to the Botgax. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira.
Yoshida? Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias.
Not so much stabbed, she got cleaved in too.
That's not true! Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice in a thing in a family. Family coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST with the bowl cut too.
Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for Yeah, her, like, at least her nurse father was Matthias, which was the big dude that was, like, all tanned in purple, had chains everywhere, and yeah. I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation.
So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. C or I'll SYNC right this instant.
Slice your neck clean?
What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go, if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad.
What's interesting, at least in the mirror world, is Ishmael is Kira, and Otis is the Great Father of the middle, and they have a little bit of a sort of relationship in the Canto 5, which is Ishmael's one, and it's very likely that when we do get to Otis's one as well, we'll have another sort of thing between them too.
That actually worked. Oh my god. Because they go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshida, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that?
Ryoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with.
As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clark. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. Oh, that's 'cause... Well, because Papa was weaker than you. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, all right.
Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in.
I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded.
Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency.
Oh, what the hell? I can't even unsheath it.
You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted.
Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us.
We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us.
Nice.
But yeah, my day's been pretty good anyway. I watched all of the current season of Wistaria Wand and Sword. That's been very, very fun. Finally get some points. And I also recorded Anis's Bond story. I will admit the accent kind of slipped every now and then, but I did my best to try and keep it Scottish, Irish, and Northern. And slightly pirate. I would say, hey, you know what? Start playing it yourself and you'll get there, but yeah. I mean, there's little bits and bobs I don't understand myself, but I do understand at least to a degree. Game's good, man. Okay, I need to have the bleed charge team here, which obviously we need all the painters in the world. We cannot deploy Fire Fist, unfortunately. As much as I would love to deploy our boy, we can't. This is maximum amount of points that I can get, I think, in terms of shit. Actually, that's a lie. I can actually change this and bring in the Great Brother. There he is. Well, Big Brother. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like, the passive's not going to be as good, but the points, yeah, baby. They're not going to happen. The game is such a time sinker. What you got to try to... Yeah, fair enough. Well, luckily, because of YouTube, this will be on YouTube. And I just put it in with the Limbus Company playlist. And then people can just skip through if they really want to, which is fine. That's one of the good reasons as to why I do multi-stream now. But yeah, the Anise side story, the Anise Star Bond story is quite sweet. I intended to do Avistars as well, but I'm trying not to just procrastinate during the day and actually get even like little bits and stuff done, like little recordings here and there. Like I'm not even bothering with like other ones right now. I'm just like, I'll just keep doing Nikkei shit because I enjoy Nikkei stories, so yeah. I'm terrible.
교류회 설레네요.
Yes, we gotta make the little Nikkei babies. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Privy! Who might those people ever be?
Looks like some shady bastards moved in already.
A guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures.
It seems introductions are in order for both sides.
This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Oh, are these the guys that are trying to take over W Corp?
Wayfarer Company? Corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing porter technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one.
Our employers also adhere into calling you the new elk, yep, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right?
The same horizon.
He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing.
Oh my.
After all, the old L Corp has already fallen. While W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department. Our field operations unit frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provide us is more than sufficient. I feel very worried to actually click this. Car wild shape. Oh my god. You get to go in and use cars in the wonderful world of Baldur's Gate. Holy crap. Man. That sounds amazing. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4.
Likewise?
Before Faz could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Anna's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalise on the suppression of distortions that take up as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard.
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but
What's that product part about?
the manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task.
Oh, I hear the interpreter. In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available.
Sure.
Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. He quietly came to my side and answered my earlier questions, while Alan carried on with Hohenheim.
He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp's executive director.
Oh, so that's how the rumor spread.
Huh.
We reviewed the agreement. Now understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had.
Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about a robo-unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but...
You say?
Oh, it's gathering material.
I see. What kind of material?
Human guts and all that. She come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area.
The back streets? Any more details?
Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real.
For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I did not expect him to punch her, okay. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of action was there, but it just didn't look normal.
Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with...
As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone.
No! What manner of discourtesy is this?
With all that warning, I thought the Brit could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case.
Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay?
My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation.
You get to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So frickin' annoying.
Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan.
That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company.
Like a warp punch?
Let us resume the task at hand.
Tsunobuyoshi, give Team Leader Alan whatever information you have.
That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left. I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But IHNI, where they actually lead, it's all blurry.
It seems that's all the information we can provide.
Will that suffice?
Oh, we now know that the door is likely connected to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means that there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door should we test first?
We'll start with the one Tsunobuyoshi mentioned. Huh? You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along?
Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan begins setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us.
Shall we?
Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim?
Just as once, there are procedures for handing over field operations.
Okay, let's see what's in there. What's behind door number 1? Oh, great. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect.
Holy shit, the scale is just insane! That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lake! Special issue!
Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice.
Oh man, seeing it in real life sure hits different! Oh, the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh?
It's the Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though.
Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity, modified, outskirts, born.
Yeah, the whole spoiler bits with your current canto's over now anyway, Gallivant, just as an FYI.
They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh! The robot did say that the ring had these zoos when they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits.
Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off the side. Clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I've heard a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? Ah, the eye of a second kindred of House Tepis. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they'd been stripped from the human body.
It's a gallery. Of the School of Falvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house.
Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. But before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us.
That presence, it's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid, boss. We can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here.
It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house is full wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been?
You. Who are you?
Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling.
Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it?
Oh no, he's French! That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven. Unlike your nurse fathers.
Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of highs and guts made for a passable AW.
At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. It is. There's a lot of French in it. I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time.
That lockdown sequence thing.
How much longer till it's ready?
Ah, young Hohenheim. The lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of Kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A?
Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoe will not be dignified with a serious discussion.
Hey, I don't think the Falvers have like a feet fetish, so, you know.
Instead,
maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze were Ryoshi's blade, Ariyashiki.
I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death isn't any different.
Telling her that we were just leaving won't work, will it?
No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed?
Well, it is. It should be it is. Bash is right. Jun Hohenheim are geniuses and Ryoshu is the wielder of the Ariyashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu?
Does it matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock?
Sure about this.
Think of that woman as lay hanged and do as you did in HC's mansion.
Oh, in Heathcliff's mansion?
I'll take care of the rest.
Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Ariyashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. I don't know how I know the game would have hit the end of its lifespan. If we saw in Walpurgis Night the banner's ego gear, nothing there, and Arbiter at the head of house, because that'd be one hell of a shot jump. It would be. It would be. I think I don't know if it's being announced, but I did see someone post it, but I'm pretty sure it's just from the previous Walpurgis, because it was like, I think it was last year's post. I do think we are due a Walpurgis Night coming up though after the bot gag. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from student docent. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Falvism. I say that, but it might still end up being, because normally, like, there's a bit of a pattern where they do like one at the start and one near the end of the patch period as well. But it might very well be after the bit which is leading up to the next canto. But who knows? It could be before it, might be after it. Yeah, June, July, August, I would put it around that. Around the same sort of time, we might get the Nikkei summer event, which would be nice. By the way, I have now reached floor 1025. My god. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would prefer to take you without an unnecessary fight. If possible, a shame. Yeah. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Ariyashiki makes it worth the cost. There are people theorizing that the next idea we're getting might finally be the Otis Matthias one, but man, still doesn't feel like we're getting it anytime soon.
If you want a taste.
Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter?
How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Ariyashiki no longer exists. So why?
Everybody wants her. That's why. And she was like one of the first nurse fathers outside of the Yisang one. She was the second nurse father to be revealed that we still haven't had yet. In terms, because when we had Kira Ishmael, it was Otis that was speaking to her.
Why can't I draw the blade?
Now, that's unexpected. We know why she can't draw the blade. I know why she can't draw the blade. You might not remember, but I know. So, the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own, that the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. And I had like a loose hair or something in my eye. It wasn't hard. Guess what she was thinking. Oh, so we're telling the maestro here is actually female? Oh shit, whatever.
Noticed, did you?
I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshida, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is?
What are you on about now?
Ask any student and they'll give you the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scale. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty. Then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw, the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The fries cord ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling.
What the hell is that?
Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Their sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider.
Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready?
1 minute ago. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendages midway through its hurling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. It's Kira?
Shit.
Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blade? Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of?
Shit, this wasn't the plan at all.
Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha! You must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way?
Oh, fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright. Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on.
How dare you? He's an artist. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with the suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful. Sure.
Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades.
Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but...
Huh?
Ah, it is a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Oh, we are ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I'll seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner-Free. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips.
Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved.
Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to realize the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her.
I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking? Diving in like that.
You, don't just stand there. Get over here now!
Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I...
You, TT mate. You talk too much.
Want to get cleaved in half again. You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay.
Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Oh, lockdown sequence complete. All but door links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over.
Bulkhead, think you can still use your arm? I'm fine. So she says.
Kira will be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross-formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another.
Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. Otis, I'm prepared. Otis, I'm prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Huh? Hang on, I just need to finish this bite.
Everyone to me, now!
Of course, the only one who still is not coming to us is Gregor, because Gregor is out of action. Man, I forget which one this one is. Alright, so I've got most of my ring members here. Oh, and one extra individual because of the points. I should probably not have her, but whatever. Okie dokie, can I win rate this?
I can! Holy shizzle.
Oh man, I mean, I have no choice but to anyway. Well, I mean, technically I have choices, but... Cheater? Is it cheating, though? Is it?
Fine, we'll do it properly, I suppose.
There you go. Although, technically, actually, what I want to do is this. If I'm going to be honest, I want to do this. Yep. That's still pretty good. Yep. Another green, another one of those. Now we're poggies. Fair 1 versus 1. Well, there's lots of them here. They're all up type 4 as well, which is nice. So we do have the furry IDs with us right now. Which by those, that is the Roger and the Mercer ones. Now, whether or not they will actually embrace their thing, yeah, win rate. Win rate is definitely the thing which helps. I would never deny people the win rate because it is great. See, that's not great. If I have trouble, I'll do it manually. But right now, it's literally just win rate. Give me those sweet, sweet points. Because the one which we fought in the actual Kanto was a maestro of the ring. Okay. That's actually a very, very good question. I thought the same too. Win rate will always try and calculate which is the best one to actually like do the winning in. Damage, what it would do is try and do, I know it sounds weird, the max amount of damage. So what it means is that when you hit win rate, it's going to do its best to try and clash with every single skill that's on the battlefield. Whereas if you do, say, damage, it will just attack. Like, they'll all go for, like, the same sort of node outside of a little bit. So they're going in for, like, maximum coin damage. So, in a way, sometimes if someone's tanking everything, you kind of want it's kind of good for that. It's like right now, like, for example, she's got 2 of them attacking her. If I do damage, it still does the same. So it doesn't really matter. Unfortunately. I wish it did, but it doesn't. Yes. Well, clashing means that your coins will sort of like bounce off of one another until a victor is found. So you're basically like rolling your coin against the other one. So it's like, are you gonna win the heads or are you gonna win the tails? Like here it's like 18, and then 24. It's like, okay, their power is terrible compared to ours, so we're more than likely going to win. Egos have a very high clash power. And certain skills you want to clash with because that will lower the power they put out. Which is very helpful. Like, a lot of these sort of, like, the tactics work better when you don't have the chain battles, which is what this is right now, where you can't just link up the chain, and you actually have to, like, manually put them around. She's dominating right now with that, but it's like, can I? Nope. Okay, that's fine. I thought I'd try. I thought I'd try. Perfect. I mean, that works anyway, regardless. Yeah. Well, it's also like I said, if you have someone who is a dedicated tank, and they're actually not going to take, like, they're going to, like, defend against it, and they're there to, like, take the blows, it's like, okay, they can afford to take it, they're not going to, like, die anytime soon, then you can have it where, like, if a character is going to lose a clash, instead they're more likely to win the clash. Well, they don't need to worry about losing the clash, should I say, actually, because they're not clashing. Now, it's already activating closing time? Holy shit. Red coins will always go through, even if you lose the clash. But if you do lose it, then it will do, like, the broken red coins, and they do less damage or other effects as well. You generally don't want to have that happen, but yeah. Also, the more coins a skill has, the more chance you have of winning the clash. So if you have a free coin skill against someone else who has 2 skills, they've got 2 chances to win the clash. Like the enemy, you have 3. It goes down to the order of the skills, at least when it comes to single targets. So, there we go, the art right now. When you assign the final target to the last enemy, that's when the tank comes into play. So, like, say, for example, if, like on this one, right? I mean, these numbers here are to do their speed. So 11 means that this unit here, like Yoshi, will go first. Anyway, because her speed is really, really, really high. So then the one after that is going to be Honglu. And down there as well, you've got, like, you know, as their orders go, 9, 7, 6, 5, 5. There's a 2, so you know that they're going to go, like... They're not... These guys aren't going to go before ours do. Let's put it that way. So, ideally, speed does play a factor. So if I was to, like, say, I don't know, defend. I mean, that's a one-sided guard anyway. If it's defend here, that now becomes a power counter. But only to, like, that one skill. But now everyone else in there is just going to be a unopposed attack. And sometimes you want to do unopposed. Oh, shit, we actually lost that. Holy shit. I should have actually power countered it. Power counters tend to be a much more like a counter-attack ability. You take reduced damage, but you will still take damage. Evasion is, as long as you win the coin toss, you'll completely avoid any damage taken. And like defense, like the shield is just like straight up, you are tanking the hit.
기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
All of the middle have power counters.
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels.
I swear I thought that was it for me back there.
Events of this nature won't be frequent. We're merely beset by ill luck.
If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos?
We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD.
SD? What's that?
Same difference.
Again, why is showing it like that? Just say duh or something, or just spell it out and say it was anticipated.
That's WA.
Yeah, character... Okay, this is something I discovered recently as well. They can only counter, unless they have 2 skills. Because, like, if you saw in the previous one, they had, like, 2 skill slots, so they can counter 2 things. To my understanding, because I discovered it recently myself, is you can have one character basically tank everything. If all the skills are targeting one character, because which is why the aggro mechanic comes into it, they will tank or evade everything. But if it's a counterattack ability, they'll only counterattack once. So, yeah. They don't counterattack every move unless they have the skill slots to do so. But they will at least, you know, defend against it. Alright, good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of test, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. I don't know, but Alan is just... Yeah. He feels important. Tapping away his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right?
That cannot be asserted with certainty.
Are you saying more might come? But the same technology we use in the bus, for like both the rooms as well as also like to go into the mirror dungeon, is what the ring use for their expeditions and how they get around places.
The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's nerve clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring.
If they've got that much history, they must know many better doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Hello there, Kev. What's up? Apart from the ceiling, everything is great.
Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternative routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration.
No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon.
Huh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though.
Any news about NTE or Wuwa? In what way? I've done the 3.3 story of Wuwa. It was really good. NTE, I'm still taking it slow at the moment. Like, I still go on and do my dailies, but I'm just taking it super slow. Mostly because it's not that I'm not enjoying it. It's just I have so much else I want to get through that it's kind of like on the back burner. I know it sounds weird. It just is. I might be on it tomorrow, so who knows when I go home from work. Even at Father's Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. It probably could does. Rebecca, is she going to be free? No clue. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. I would say anything like that, never take anything unless it's literally coming from the developers' mouths. So, yeah. Never go by what rumors say. Never go by what leakers say. It's by what they officially put out themselves. And so far, I haven't seen jack shit about the Cyberpunk collab. The situation.
The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors and the like.
Until backdoor-related products, their procedures, targeting House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. I don't think David would even be like a character we're getting, but as far as I'm aware, it's only Lucy and Rebecca from the leak from the Cyberpunk voice director, but who knows? This operation is more important than I thought. Mostly because, like, they said David would never be allowed to be used in any collabs, so I don't know. That's from them themselves.
That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault?
She lifted the sheath sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. Yeah, because the sheath is literally her daughter. Literally. Ah! That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all indeed. It's a living ego. I say living, it's an ego sheath. Whatever you're gonna go by.
Oh, damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something?
Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Yoshi was talking about the scabbard. Yoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Arya? Yoshi, do you...
Is it an SS? A demon edge, an enchanted blade? Which is it?
It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. And with Neverness to Everness, I mean, the game is fine. It's fun. It is what it is. I like Tagado, or Tagado, what do you go by? I don't care about the AI assets that are in it. I understand when people are going to like not play it due to it, but unfortunately, I know it sounds stupid to say, but it's one of those things moving forward that a lot of companies are going to use, and you know, even Clippy is AI as well, but whatever. And if they need to do it to save money, then by all means. I mean, like I've seen the latest out there as well. It's like, oh my god, they're using AI for character creation. It's like, okay. Genshin Impact did the same. I'm pretty sure they said that going forward they were going to use AI to like mock up character sheets and then, you know, design from there. Something along those lines.
This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan.
Alright, please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Oh, are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. I mean, I want to see how many points I got from that, because there's still stuff in the store I want to get.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기
Ooh,
위해
not bad amounts. Not as much as I'd like, but still not bad. And the fact that I'm still getting other stuff is nice.
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은
Gotta love those random sound effects at times, man. That's from the obviously his victory thing, but yeah, man. Plus, I mean, I've seen complaints as well to do with the pawn shops music or something, the song that's in it, and I'm like, I don't remember from the beta it being bad or anything, but like, okay. But maybe it is. I have no idea. I mean, the Wuthering Waves one has just been too good. Been way too good for our own liking. Owenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab. Lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. No, the pawn. P-A-W-N. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company, following Operation Spiderpire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Regular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correct correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. I've just been loving all the mods people have been doing for the fight in WeWorld. It looks so good. Like, I linked the one to Chisa in Discord. It's just the best. It really is. It's like, yes, Chisa gets to save the world, just like we hoped. Yeah, da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, Stix is putting out another tweet for like everyone to, you know, advertise themselves. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, they've given us the animations, haven't they? So we kind of do want to... it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And da-da-da-da. Storage and my own little BA hub. Aw, man. I mean, I did it before with the other one, but I'll do it again. Because, like, if I regularly do it every time he, like, posts it, not only does it show that I'm eager, but, like, you know, other shit too. Yeah, exactly. There aren't many who do it the way that they do it, but yeah. Speaking of certain things that I need to get done as well is I need to get the... Because I'm just going to do it in future. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's meant to be in Gacha Girl. There we go. They pasted the wrong thing. Because, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I'm not a creator who goes out of his way to do guides or, you know, do reviews of certain things either. But I'll do what I do. So, yeah. I do love trolling Chili because he's like, no, you do unique things. I love what you do. It's like, yeah, I know. Except what was it that he said on Discord to me? Which I just had to troll him. Yeah, it's like, it does. I need to get on with things in terms of the coverage that matters. I am lazy, however. Random voice story things for fun. Sign me up, is what I said. That's fair, though. Everyone covers characters, etc. But doing something that makes you slightly different is important. I was like, oh, man, now I feel sad. I have displeased the Chili. No, you did not. Your content is different than most. Because I'm about, oh, yeah, Wuwa's got a lot going on right now. Yeah, I think he is. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work.
Hohenheim, how long would the examination take?
As Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Because I basically had not a realization, but like just a determination of like, okay, if I just keep recording the Bond stories and just have a massive backlog of them all done and just do them as single episodes each, at least they're done and I could just upload them and then put them out there. If I don't do any of them, then they just never get done.
Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest.
The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling.
It's moving again.
Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. So yeah, we got to inspect the sword. What's going on here? I mean, we know, but still.
Fine.
I know, right? I was also doing the stuff with the, you know, the outpost stuff that you do too. But I'm still trying to think of how I want to do them. But they are short, so I could just knock them out anyway, like whatever, to do them. But man, you know what? I shouldn't even think about it. Just do them. Fucking do them. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. I was thinking of that as well, of like combining them all into one big one, but then it's like, what do I do when they add more to that area? Like, you know, put all the lift ones together, all of the X, Y, and Z together. Because then they're going to add more in, and it's kind of annoying when they do that in the outpost. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, but an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vesper Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back.
Snack thief? Manager. Karen snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them.
Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding.
Birch, kick his ass.
Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers to, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood? Karen.
Charon's super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day.
Deploying super pass bitter candy.
Beep beep. Mode disabled.
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request. May I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me.
Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy.
Let's make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vesper's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think about burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vesper gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off of another plate and stuffing it into his mouth.
Wait a minute, I was saving that for later.
I assumed you were being picky.
Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verge. Kick his ass.
Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well.
Chill, that's toast been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this.
The line on Vigilus's brow looked deeper than usual today. That's a catchphrase that a certain other fixer says that neither he or Vigilius ever want to fight, which is Roland. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks.
Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign.
I heard from the researchers that nothing of particular significance came out of it.
Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence.
One of the main reasons I stopped doing the ID stories in this is just because the words are so fancy. But fuck it, I'm going to go back to them as well. But I'm going to just, as I said, I think I said it before as well, when the fancy words are there, I'm just either going to say it how I think they're said, or just be like, fancy word! Because, like, what the hell? I don't think even someone was... I mean, I say probably someone well-spoken could probably read it, but I dread to think those who, like, English is not their first language could, like, fuck me, dude.
Regarding that which cannot be absurd is bound to be difficult.
Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. The same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it.
If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist.
I got burpees right now.
At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place.
By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Demian and Sanson?
Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Put in some super powerful future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia?
I should step in and put an end to this subject before Roger gets the blues. Because she's not special. What's funny is that a lot of her IDs end up being special, but not the ID we have here. Not her base ID. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then.
Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to fight off Chroma, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it.
Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet.
Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear will be an unnecessary response at present. I need to check actually something very important right now.
I love that you can actually see my cursor. Even though I have the cursor turned up by default. Ay. 6 days to my next... It's next week. I have time off work next week. Hooray! Yes! And it is Monday to Saturday. Beautiful. Absolute. Technically, it's also the Sunday and the Monday, so I'm off from like Monday to... Oh, no, wait. I am working that Sunday. Never mind. I'm working that Sunday. No! So, yeah, it's... I'm off... Basically, off after this Saturday. I'm off. For, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Like, a whole week. But then I'm also working the Sunday, which... That does suck, but it's like, I'll do the Sunday, because whatever, man. It's money. Like I'm doing a few more hours, like, this week. But I'm taking those as Anise funds, so yeah.
Correct. As you've stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear will be an unnecessary response at present.
Oh yeah, where you been, Yisang?
This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's cell.
Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah?
Besides, position of the hypothesis, the fundamental principle of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics.
I so expect, like, Yisang to be the one. If we ever get a Virgilius ID, it's gonna be Yisang.
That as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated.
I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research.
Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway.
No, I mean,
I'm kidding, just thought I'd try going along with the mood, you know?
The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that.
He's really changed lately, for the better, I think.
So, did anything happen that we should worry about?
I stood close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation.
My god, they hooked his balls up to a car battery.
Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Val said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? But which comes first? A paradox, it would seem, in such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurled, found its branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course, and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested?
It's also known, he was like the paratrooper version as well, which, as far as I'm aware, there is no form of air traversal in the city. Planes, not a thing.
Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation.
Here you go again. More of that nonsense, only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then.
Tricks from back then?
Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that Placido geezer, right?
Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly, too.
What? That glowing rig thing?
Yep. The glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? My god. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that black Coney leader, that Lei Heng prick and the nurse farmers we fought. Oh, a lot of them's fingers, ain't they? Yeah, Virgilius though has used it too. The notion seems to unravel. But even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. Yeah, like Vesper did, Virgilius did. I'm pretty sure we also saw it with the detective and her assistant. And Virgilius too. Huh. So what? Oh, the proper old bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turn their gaze towards Virgilius and Vesper. He's just stuffing his face. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips, really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks! A super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Ah. Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Oh, woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. And Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection. Otis cut into the conversation, a gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Maslow Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. I reckon you can use... Oh, shit, just hit my microphone there. I'm pretty sure you can use it, Otis.
Gaze narrowing with subscription.
My god, 53! 53 months, so many babies, so many children. Hello there, Mr. Gwen. How you doing? Hopefully you're not melting your ass off like I am. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supply. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. I'm glad that your ass is still intact. It must not be that warm at the moment in, good old Germany. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. But you live for now, good. And depending how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? There are some IDs that can already manifest Shin, which is pretty cool. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. I don't know how warm it is, because of what it says on my thermostat. It probably don't know what it's outside. Mine says like 22, but that's still pretty warm for the UK. As
yellow harpoon said. It is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vesper's brow visibly twitched the moment yellow harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Your power went out for 20 seconds. No, Gallivere! Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the yellow harpoon. Yeah, we're supposed to get, like... We had a bit of a downpour recently, but we're due more, like, an actual storm. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Oh, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Which is true. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vesper's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. No, I already said I get it. Aw, poor Kira. Poor shot girl. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you badly. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers. And left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. But contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversation about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Like, it is... I know for a fact it's Arya, because I remember it happening in the actual, like, thing. It's just... Does she still exist there or nay? That's the real question. That is the real question. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I did all the... I didn't do all the encore, but I saw a few encore. Or did I do them all? I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. I know I did start doing encore, didn't I? And then, like, yeah. I don't know if I did Heathcliff. Man, it's just so much more story. I mean, I know there's at least 14 parts because of the boss that is part of the Intervalio is 14. But yeah. At least to do the thing. Alright, where is it? Playlist. I want to look at my There's my Limbus. There it is. Perfect. I know I did do it. Alright, I did do them. Perfect. They just weren't in the thing where I thought I put them. Ah, such is life. That's the thing I gotta do when I'm actually like getting around to the video again. I gotta like remember what I have and haven't done. Very difficult. But yeah, you look, Mr. Gwen. You make sure you apply all the body oil or the suntan lotion to make sure that you do not burn when you go out in the sun. Don't apply the baby oil. That might be very bad. You'll slip in the bath and it'll be very bad. I don't want that to happen. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I reckon there'll be a way we can do it down the line, potentially. But who knows? I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and condition. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances. But in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the possibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Just matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. But we want the little gremlin back! Oh man! Why can't we get the gremlin back? Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Ryoshi's memory. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself will be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. You should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Oh, I do not want to think how that is. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier, right. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshi, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too, yeah, she's with us. Prisoner of war executive manager? You talking about me? Yeah, I guess, I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyways, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. I'm kidding now, just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then, I guess. You can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier, if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. But now I should go see Alan again. And Alan is going to be like a super bro, isn't he? Our super bro from the north. I'm not sure if we've got another fight one. Wait, Saru? Saru? Hi, Empress. How you doing? Are you doing well? Good to see you. I don't know why I was about to go. This is good to see you. The time for Swedish time. Let us have some Swedish time indeed. Doing okay? How you been? Oh, I've been great. Apart from like slightly melting, it's been great. Mostly because it's like, obviously it gets warm when certain things are here. Like with all these stuff on. Oh, there is an ad going on right now, so they might not be able to hear me, which makes me very sad. Okay. Yeah, because we still got these on, which is fine. Like, I don't think I want you in the actual team, if I'm honest. Even though Ryoshi would be fun to have in there, it's just like, she doesn't need to be. So I could actually take her out and have one of the middle instead. Like, I could actually have an EDM bro in. Like, he'd be a good tank, actually. He's a great tank, I'm not gonna lie.
이제야 부르나. 좀요.
Perfect.
H4와 8구의 안내는
Absolutely beautiful.
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대한 논의.
It's literally like maximum amount of like stuff you can get for free right now. Alright, you've arrived, I was waiting for you. If the trade isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. Next step would be to enter the alternative doors you mentioned, but...
Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Hey, Red, how you doing?
Although you might be in ads right now, to be honest. Huh? Hey, ad break's finished. Hello, Empress. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well yourself. It's a little bit warm in the UK. Mostly because, obviously, with streaming and PC being on, it's quite warm indeed. I've not had to put the fan on just yet, though, but, yeah.
Oh my god, thanks for the 2-1 subby!
Enjoying ourselves with some limbusing. Going through the side story. Where we are going through the corridors, and I'm going to destroy my voice, because I gotta do it all. Oh, gatekeeping. Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors?
Yep. That door over there. Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albino going in all hyped about some whatever it was.
Yeah, talking about how great Takeda is. Yes, he is fantastic. I can't wait for his single.
And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Pap would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a tour protected by a firm subsidiary or something.
And like earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door. Kira's now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. The gate system I work is busted, so now I'm having to run back and forth using my badge to manually open the gates. Oh man. That sucks.
She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after the Alan character roughed her up from what I hear.
Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us.
Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Oh, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know.
Alright, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? You look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say that these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart.
This door, it feels familiar.
Well, she also doesn't want to get, like, if she proves to be useful, then she probably already feels that she's gained more, like, recognition for her just in the short time she's been with, like, the guys here at the LCE than all the time she was with Matthias. Because Matthias was very much a neglective father who would just be like, he'd be like one of those individuals who would be like, doesn't actually look after the kid, but just gives the kid everything that they want. So like, oh, here's toys, here's stuff, but never actually spends time with them, but just gets them gifts and thinks that's good enough.
Do you recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little.
Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in past slipped into my mind.
Sorry, it's a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it.
Oh, was that to do with her when she had the dog?
That memory just now, could it be tied to Arya?
Let's start with that door. Okay, this one. Yeah. Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners.
And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park.
Every sod walking is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. This is where she took her dog for walks before it was turned into a sword.
The walk, the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory.
And the sight of people fussing over their pets. This is what's funny is I feel like we're going to get more story for Ryoshu in this than we were in our actual Kando, which is cool.
And people fussing over their pets.
The pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. They usually reset like 9 PM my time, so it's in like 50 minutes time, give or take.
Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it?
We never got to see Saru.
I should have finished my homework faster.
Aww.
Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru?
Probably needs actual care rather than just food and being wrapped up, but yeah.
There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now.
Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Ah, verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu.
Hey, Clock. Who said you could share them my memories willy-nilly?
No, come on, you know it's not something I can control.
GG.
Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means...
Why are you all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together?
Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dai-yu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Ah, was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu?
Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that Saru, would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her.
Oof, that's special spiral. Never actually kills, but just is designed to hurt big time.
The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kind of fate had she died sooner.
Oh, to inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal! How can such wickedness be born?
What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying.
You were? Not someone else?
Who else? OC, it was me.
I wonder what that means. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Eclipse looked utterly unconvinced.
And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Sarah's voice with every swing. Ew, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive.
Oh. Did you just say alive? Which we did find out as well. If you have the new Faust, which is the Ring Faust, the body, the sword, is her original body, which is what I theorized with what it was potentially. They literally, their greatest works of art is their own body turned into a sword.
Bloody hell, a right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like all adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heartbeats as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hand.
That's horrible. That poor doggo was just made into a... Like, I didn't realize it was still alive. It makes sense with the corporeism side of thing, but no wonder it was sort of like, yeah. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah?
Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse father, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, the stuff never really gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste.
Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations. If you do her W Corp ID story, she loves her job. Absolutely loves it. Because she gets to always, like, create art and witness art. Makes a lot of sense as to why she considers these things art.
From what you told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus, one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all.
Don't say I quite get it, but as you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how'd you end up getting used to that kind of thing?
Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installations artworks called Night Terrors and Nightmares will...
She doesn't remember who. But, you know, deep in her soul, the scabbard moved and Ryosho came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation.
Night Terror, crying from nightmare, in the House of Spider. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back.
Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryosho back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Like, I can't wait for us to see the bad end ID for Ryosho, because I wonder if in that one she actually gets the masterpiece that Callisto, which would be the Honglu of that world, was working on. And I wouldn't be too surprised if that sword is like Arya as well. That'd be really fucked up if it is.
Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch.
Well, the thing is that Heathcliff also went through a similar, has gone through a similar situation, but yeah, I don't want to say that because it's spoilers for Gallivere. So yeah, Canto 6 stuff.
Mommy, what's wrong? Over there. But I told you to keep the exhibition in your room.
Ah, you've returned, Yoshida. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery.
Mummy, people were screaming.
Oh, it's the bit when he does the gala is closing, and it's that giant... Yeah, okay. Dearest Yoshida, Arya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem.
It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arya. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying.
Because obviously after the last canto, you know why I can't remember it is because her memories were basically destroyed of Arya. And she not only unsheathed the sword, but she also did slash her with it. But in the last moments and the last vestiges of her will, she became the very sheath that sealed the sword.
Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. Way too big to be Saru.
The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryosho everything we knew about Arya, but it'd never truly reach her.
I see. This hollow void. This must be Arya. The sensation and emotion.
The sensation and emotion was being emptied to begin to entangle with Ryosho's memories.
And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Arya together.
The soft rattles Arya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. Let's go, guys! We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up had stirred Ryosho's memories any further.
Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here?
Startled, Kira pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Ah, didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? Oh, they probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, and have backed up. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many places as we can before we pull out.
Wait, but I thought Robot Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself?
Well, now that he's dead, his art has gained more value, right?
Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it.
Some of these pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both of our companies.
Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labelled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on the description plaques. Pretty unsavory.
What do you mean, WWF Allen? He doesn't care. Why should he care about them? They don't hold any value to us. He did.
They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation.
Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. We didn't get the Sinner's consent? Oh no. So yeah, I decided I might as well put Middle Cliff in. Well, Heath Carter, as I like to call him. Unfortunately, it's still chains, which is sad, but whatever. I don't think we'll get complete and utter destruction happen in this, but you never know, we might do. I hope we do. What I find fascinating with the Hong Lu idea as well of this is that he literally turned everything of his into his sword. The only thing he didn't was the eye for the elders to look through. Like, oh my god, is that supposed, like, yes and no, it is sort of stated and hinted at quite a bit in a lot of the other ID stories, but yeah.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Ah. The only thing is that's sad with Heathy at the moment is he obviously works a lot better when there's other middle in his team because he literally has a follow-up, which is fantastic. Because like if someone who's in the part of the middle gets hit, he follows up with kicking, and it just does so much fucking damage. Like I actually could have won the floor 15 boss with my middle team, but it would have taken a couple of hours. I'm not gonna lie. It was one of those situations where it was I'm not going to die, but it's like death by 1,000 cuts. Like they cannot kill me because every time I was using the power stances, I was healing with the attacks, and they weren't doing enough damage to kill me. So I was healing all the damage they would deal to me. I was just obliterating them entirely. It was fantastic, I tell you.
나쁘지 않고.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면
Oh god, avert your eyes, she's naked.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀
It's true, at this point she actually is naked.
너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리
Hey, I can actually have him counter.
아니야.
Can I force an Envy +6? No, I can't, unfortunately, not at the moment. That'd be great if I could.
순 없겠네.
His hair coupon though, man, his hair coupon.
아쉽다. 그치?
Like, I don't even think he's even gonna get, like, the EDM happening. It would be nice if it does, but it's just not going to. I think his entire kit goes off of, like, other individuals getting hit in part of the middle.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh no, he does have some vengeance. Because that stack he's got there with the skull, that's going to go to 15
나쁘지 않아요.
for the moment to happen. Where Middle Sinclair just brings out the ghetto blast. He's like, dun, dun, you know, the EDM just starts, random EDM starts playing. It's great.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Legit one of the best things.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Yeah, it's unopposed. Yeah, you gotta protect him. I fucking love her chainsaw arm, it's great. Do I want to use an ego? I mean, I could. Actually, can I? No, I was thinking, oh man. I can't even get the envy that I wanted.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
Plus, we need the middle Lotus so we can have the 6th member of the middle team. And it's like, alright, now I'm gonna like see who I can get.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
It's just envy. It matters not what it is. It's just everything's envy. Because I know, like, at the moment, most of the time is the Mecha Faust. I think she does, Red. I think she does. At the very end of it.
항상 제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 일깨워 주시는 기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
Because right now, the way that he's acting,
짜증나게.
Hohenheim is like, he doesn't want to like kill her off. It's just she's got to be willing and able and all that sort of nonsense.
앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
They go 1, 2. Ah, that's not enough, man. That's not enough. That's depressing. Yeah, one-sided guard. Dominating. There's envy. Ah, not enough. Like, it's gonna be interesting if she does. It's gonna be interesting because the LCE is just full of like all sorts of like individuals that we've met on our adventures. Like, I can't wait to see freaking the Blade Lineage dude in like the next bit of story we're getting down the line. To actually see what the guy is like, the Bamboo Hatted Kim. I don't know why, but I feel he's gonna be really reserved or something. That's only because like the one who has his ID is Mercil. And by rights, he might have his ego?
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Maybe?
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Because he did the store and we got him out of it.
내가
But...
모르는 것.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them?
Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Just the first wave had more of the sozzle legging it in from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. Alright, according to the tracking logs that were recorded by the surveillance devices installed it, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. God, I almost went off shelling there. Crikey, mate! Oh, crikey, another corridor! Man, I could not keep an Australian freaking Dante to save my life.
What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to?
Right there, the room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with benches and toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father.
Oh.
I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tests have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloguing the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connected loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision.
Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as her home, and my memories of it are all fragmented at best.
The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move towards the corridor of the middle. Oh ho, we're going to the corridor of the middle, are we? Very nice. I just always love the
약지에 감긴 세
every time there's a new
바퀴를
like ID announcement
마에스트로가 되기 위해
and it's
인정받은
not
세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Roger and like potentially Gregor.
지금 제
I still think it's going to be Heathcliff
올리지는
of the thumb. Like no, why? Oh yeah, happy May the 4th.
작품
By the way, May the 4th be with you.
선보이고 있는 것 같네.
I'm actually surprised no one's mentioned that. Ooh, this one gives a lot of them. School. Ooh, I think I know. I think I've seen the CG for this one. This one's gonna be good. Should I go for a piss before I do this? Yes, I should. I'll be. I mean, the corridor tech in general is quite fascinating because the LCB use it in Mephi. We know the Encore use it as well. It's where Yisang was too. But it's mostly used by the ring rather than the entire fingers. But yeah, look forward to some more ID stories coming up on the Gacha Got channel as well, Red. And getting back onto doing those as well. Anyway, let's go into school. No, I'll stick with what I got. Oh, ad break is over now. Nice.
서두르지 말고
I didn't realize the ad break was on.
느긋하고
Never mind.
여유롭게.
The heck? They swapped everything that wasn't nailed down her.
Ah, fret not. I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges.
I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. And hell are many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too.
Suddenly Kira's got more brummy. Alright. As Kira said, only conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Although the LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sounds of it, they're going to set them up in the staff lounge. Yeah, you know what? Why not? As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off.
Yeah.
Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corner of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance.
Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they become more receptive to the idea of returning those items.
Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about it. All about what I know. So come this way if you want in.
I do actually have her announcer. I should really put her announcer on though for this.
These two doors here made from paper and wood. They connect to Escort. And that one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V Corp. Back streets were... I don't know what V Corp would even be. Viagra Corporation?
Having looked here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. And portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Cup, I'll take that as a compliment.
Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff.
Happy said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided. Do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secure path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and settling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work got considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then. Let's take a look at the last door.
It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time.
I followed Kieran to the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands.
This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship.
Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Malouse. The private air salon. Oh no. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Ricardo! Ooh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious. Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? What's funny is that in his ID, he goes on and on about how his hair is luscious and how it needs to be luscious. Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band have severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupon to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore.
Oh, sweet. Then can I use them? Oh, we were regulars at that Molex place, Papa and me. Oh, Papa would ask the middle fam for a favour and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so what I'm even yapping about, all excited.
Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheery rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away.
Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated?
He's conflicted.
Matthias gave you that anesthetic, BC. The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things.
I mean, her hair's cute. I don't think it's a bowl cut. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronym, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose.
If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humour. And where I recall, the toys and games you were into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along.
At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. Oh, I know aught of that conflict within thee. A trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family.
Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... No, tell me about you all the time, Yoshida. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshida learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshida's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it.
Oh, one day, thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? Because, like, out of the ones who know family, at the end of the day, it's obviously Ryoshu and Don Quixote. And they both know family all too well.
That's... I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again.
Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it.
What?
Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure.
Nice. But I don't.
As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. Ooh, that's not good. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eye. I've seen this scene, but I don't know the full context, so it's going to be fun, this one.
Very well, Yoshida. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is an blank blank blank, a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy.
Von Lycon's torso has a slight triangle. Yeah, I mean, I just put it because it was the way he worked out. Taking the Memento DC stone, they're working on a second game. Yeah, I thought that's been completely shut down. I don't know, but man.
You sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like it? Perchance it'd be an academy, not a school. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Arts. She muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ah, what? Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? Ah. I think that's kind of what they do with Polka in a way too. Like they put the mask on because like her base model was sort of like the ones that you see just the standard NPCs out and about. So they put the mask on so she'd look a bit more unique. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on the fire. Dad, how do I go to a school? Ah, school, Yoshida. Well, I don't see why you'd wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to be much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. Ah. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Renan, he's pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshida. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Oh, really? I intend to send Yoshida to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshida's growth. The prescript approves. But, Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. And all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Wow, what an academy! Alright, our lesson today will focus on corporeous techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and... I don't know why we'll even learn about corporeal stuff in this day and age. Alright, I don't get what the point of this slog is, trying and shaping blood vessels to make a colour that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. Oh, I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Oh, honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's... Yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. Oh, what? Oh, you mad because your dad is a lane corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. The same kind of shut's down a game that people put so much time and effort into, relaunches the same game, and none of these people get all the time. Yeah. Like, once again, it's... There will be some who do, but it'll just probably sadly get shut down again. The problem is there's so much competition. You've really got to, like, do a good job. It's like there was a game that came out recently, which there's so many games that come out that just end up doing shit. But that's just not just because of, like, advertising and shit like that too. But you can't make, like, an artsy-fartsy game. Like, Life is Strange Reunion, apparently, is not doing very well for itself. And that came out recently. Because people just don't care. You know? Them bad math in Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. Oh yeah, there would be. I think there'd actually be like proper suing going on too. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family, like my fires did either. People go mad already. Like there's people going mad over the fact that Norma is like more censored than before, where she's got like her boob window is now covered up. She's still got the rest on, but her boob window is now covered. It's like, and people are going mad over it. It's like, okay, whatever. I mean, I'm not there to. There's plenty of, as you would say, goonable characters already. I'm there for the bang boo hat, okay? I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Oh, I hope they don't hit Ryoshi, those kids, because, oh no. You know what the Mizzle are like. Just one of those tantrum kids of their age have. Kids will be kids and all that. Oh yeah, they do. They absolutely do. I'm home, Dad. Like, at the moment of NTE, it's like... people can't find proper faults with it. I'll say there aren't faults with it. So most of the things that they are saying is... it's like if they're attacking the AI generated stuff, they're attacking Takeda, and that's mainly the main thing they're attacking. Like, I actually generally had a sort of nice time. I did some fishing last night, and then I just like, you know what? I'm right by the ocean. I see that tram. I'm gonna go onto it for fun, and it was kind of relaxing to just let it go around, you know, and just take in the sights. It was nice. I'm not looking forward to the whole character progression side of things, because that does look like it'd be big. I'm just going to enjoy it. I'll play it whenever I want to play it. I probably won't stay with it for a long time, but I'm still doing my dailies and stuff like that too. Hotori is the next character coming up, Ray, and that's confirmed from them themselves, just so you know, which is the owner of the place. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh, man, must be bloody rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? No, but she can stop time. So maybe she'll be like, my guess would be chaos? Maybe? Good night, Gwen. I don't know what would constitute as like a sort of time stoppy type thing. She does sound fun, she does. Speaking of sounding fun, it's Chili. A fight. Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked him. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? Oh, on my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? You know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you just sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business?
No, it's family business. Wait, what do you mean you're home? Where did you go today? You must tell me more. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it out of them.
If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head.
The only reason I'm not playing at the moment is because I really have been putting this off already quite a bit. So I want to get it ticked off. And then of course I had the Woo Wall stuff. I was like, yeah, I got that ticked off now. So the next few days I can play NDE as much as I want to.
If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head.
What?
Papa, I mean the middle doesn't stop there. It never does.
We do need to add each other. And yes, of course I do, Chili.
You heard a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end.
This is the CG I saw.
Huh?
There you are, Yoshida. Is class started already? Ah, my diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after.
Dad?
I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh, yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. He dismembered children. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't get much more use for what sits on their shoulders there. I gotta think that Yoshida's probably maybe 4, maybe 5 at this point, and it was just like a little child tussle. He literally dismembered a child's arm and decapitated the teacher in front of the class. How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? Oh, how dare he? Oh, such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshida. I have eyed out yet another academy wary of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy.
Don't wanna.
Yoshida?
I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway.
For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the middle, he was still kind of taking revenge on your behalf, Yoshi, but yeah. They're dwarfs, basically.
So I hoped he and anyone would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety.
Actually, don't you normally stream on a Tuesday? Oh, it's not a Tuesday, it's a Monday, never mind. I found out that I'm off work as well after this Sunday for a week. So I've got an entire week of holiday, baby. It's gonna be good next week. It's gonna be good.
Because I was worried about. I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room.
Were you here, Red, when it went into more details of what the sword was that was made for her out of her puppers? I can't remember or not.
So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world.
The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshi's recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly.
It's doing that thing again.
Yeah, the beast blade. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Arya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. I love how the original theories that the sword was Arya ended up becoming true. Yeah, so you were here to know that the sword was alive. Man, that's fucked up, isn't it? Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Arya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point.
From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood.
Yeah, I didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Yeah, outside of his, like, art sense, kind of seemed like a pretty chill dude.
Oh, hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads.
Heads?
Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture.
Oh. So, all the teachers he decapitated, he made art out of it. Oh, how lovely.
Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better.
Could have spared us the details, lass.
Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. Oh, what's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Oh, no. Oh, I thought they were going to be middles. But it's the same like way anyone joins any sort of like, I mean, we're not right now, but still, same way anyone would join like a criminal organization. They ain't got no choice. They're just people in the back street. They get rounded up. Barbies, ain't they? They found us.
It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that at the farthest scale. However, various evidence such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders.
In Heathcliff's ID story, you find out that basically where they go to get their haircuts, there's literally an art exhibit of the Falvis right next to it.
This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence.
Alright, copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Oh, bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Let's cause a scene and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too.
Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown?
Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door.
She puts forth a sound strategy. Executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it will be to our benefit.
Well then, let's do as Kira says. But yeah, and it, like, basically, members of the backstreet, like people in the backstreet, sorry, some of them have no choice but to join syndicates. Or they just get basically, like, roped into it. Alright, it was quick. And in Blink shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence.
Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring.
This location, so. Ah, wait. The door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. You think that? But also, like, think of, like, Kanto 5. Like, literally, if your your big brother or great brother, whatever, is like, that guy stole my hair coupons, we're gonna chase them, like, across the city. You ain't got a choice. You're going with him. And if you are not constantly pumping iron, there's nothing wrong with you. But if you do well, you might get a kitty sticker.
Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake.
It wasn't long before the Furries began rushing in through the open door. The furries are attacking us! I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. I do like the fact we have this ability now, because it does kind of, like, mean that not every sinner needs to be, like, present, but,
직원들이
yeah.
긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리고
Oh, we've got one of the middle. This is the Matthias' theme tune. I was getting something crazy for food today. I just like got some chicken, then I put barbecue sauce, Carolina Reaper sauce, chili flakes, brown sugar, and lemon juice as a mix, and brushed it over the chicken. I also, oh, nice. That sounds very spicy. Well, today I had like, because I mean, we sell them as 50p, like little pots of, you know, like, let me just start like, of like mashed potatoes. What I did, I had like a little pot of mashed potato. They're quite nice. They're like instant mash. I had like some burgers which I tore up last night because I defrosted them and it's a pack of 4 and I summoned all of them. Sorry, I used all of them. So I just tore them up. I put them in the freezer. And you know, put them in a dish to cook today. And I had a bowl of like a tin of peas. Put the peas in after doing them in the microwave, and then just got some gravy.
사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면
I'm trying to actually be good with what I'm having in terms of food, but yeah, I'm terrible still.
선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
But yeah, in Crisis's honor, I did like a 10 pull in Nikkei, and it is a lot of lust. And I got 2 copies of Anise. By the way, at this point, Gregor is still out of commission as well. Well, I've been taking stuff like sliced chicken and whatnot, you know, the pre-cooked chicken, and just freezing it anyway, just because any food I can get that I can get reduced and freeze, I'll just take it. Star Anise. Well, right now, I have no reason to roll anymore in MTE till the next one, because I don't care enough about Nanalie, but I do care about Hattori. But, yeah. As I said, I'm taking it slow, so... But majority of you guys are going to be further than me anyway, but I play a little bit of catch-up.
헤세드 같은 놈들은 이 광경을 좀 봐야 해. 환상체 가두고 에너지 짜는 회사에서 이 정도 전투 능력은 있어줘야지.
I could actually make this work. Holy shit. I mean, we've got hair coupon there, but... Because I got 3 here. Oh my god, I can make 3 there. I mean, it would still do it anyway, but whatever. Yeah, I like I said, I've just been chilling because you can make a lot of money, by the way, doing the fishing as well. So definitely don't knock the fishing. It just takes a bit to like level it, and the fishing's really easy to do too. How is the mahjong? Oh my god, Chili actually just did a shitload of it. So in that 4 hours, you spent most of it just fishing?
당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Plus, this ego works so well once we get fucking Otis Matthias, please.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
네, 잘 들어갈게요.
이
크게 의미
정도쯤은
있는 성과는
바이올렛
아니지만요.
브레이크 슬램! 아까의 공격으로 인해
Someone gave a poor review to NDE because they gathered all of the crow things, and it didn't unlock sex with the queen, so they're very upset. Oh, closing time. And I love how quickly this charges up. Then you got these. The thing is, it ends up killing them before you actually fulfill the whole chain of events. It only puts the art there if you actually finish the sequence.
낙맥 충전 최대치예요.
I haven't even gotten round to actually doing the housing stuff. I know, right?
모든 업은 다시 돌아와. 네 머리 위에 내려질 것이다.
And yeah, if you're wondering how much damage this does, this isn't one of those egos you use for damage.
공명하는 것 같아. 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네. 해냈구나.
Oh no, we do have the artwork here. Never mind. Beautiful. Yeah, because that only works if you actually have one of them equipped and it's an actual bike, not the scooter. But I can't believe I didn't realize until you mentioned it yesterday that Perlica also is the voice of female Rover. I didn't even know that.
찔러놓고 으껴놨지만
이것이 바로
저것들은
정보의 힘입니다.
언젠가 다시 재생하겠지. 내가 부서지고
약지에 감긴
Oh God, it's him
세바퀴의
again.
반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻한다.
He does so much damage. It's insane.
비록 지금 제
Like
작품이
40%,
많은
44%.
신금을 올리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같아.
Yeah, but it's such a different voice on Pearly compared to Rover, so yeah. Whereas, like, with Zero, it's literally the same voice. So, yeah. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloguing workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. That's why I kind of wanted to wait to do this till I actually got the IDs and shit, that I could get the maximum amount that I could.
It's all thanks to the managers. Excellent strategization.
Next up, the Thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around here, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement.
Intel?
I don't really know outside of like just guesswork who's the best is. Except, like, obviously, did the music one, it kind of made sense, but yeah.
The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel.
Oh, there, in the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of those weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to.
Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time.
Useless shit?
Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to.
I think the reason why you haven't had the special bot gak to spawn is because you haven't done it in the story yet. You will be able to do that one once you have done, or when you're close to it. Yeah, Nocturnal Sweeping is after Canto 7 and before Canto 8.
You found one of her backup ticket hoards.
I know sometimes they do appear in there, but it's also I'm going to be honest. Nocturnal sweeping, you probably would get it before then, if I'm honest. But it's a hard mode one more. It spawns more in hard mode than it would in normal. Oh, hey, you can join our union, Red, since you're on global. Feel free to join the grots. Yeah, it's probably just because it doesn't spawn on the later ones. Maybe I'd actually have to check on like normal mode if it can even spawn, because you can make it spawn. If it's not on the list of normal, then you can't.
You found one of her backup boards. Of course you can. Of course you can.
I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So, I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Ciceri back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city.
Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here.
Thanks, you turn. Well then, I'll have a look afterwards just in case to see, because I can check the normal mode in the mirror dungeon, like the actual packs, because it doesn't appear unless you've done them. Alan returned to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, and we decided to follow the corridor to the left.
Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe?
Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Yes, regular sweeping I have. Botgak, I don't think so. It's the detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively? Wait, Gregor's here? I thought Gregor was still out of commission. What the hell? The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. Hey, you okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier.
Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fool. This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over.
I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Oh, it would make sense that since she's the distortion detective, having a consultation with Gregor. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Oh, don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see?
Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. This means Firefist can finally be part of the story again.
Oh, I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on. It's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me.
Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this?
I mean, I will always be... I will always grant you extra mints. Oh my god! Thank you, really, for the subby. And Doro must run. Thank you for the prime of 34 months, you absolute legend. Hope you're doing well. I hope work's not still bringing you down. Oh, that geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him.
He's sharing such an IS about himself for one. Why walk away?
Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchanges between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. She's still the most likely one to actually properly portray the sinners. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right, damn it. She was right all along. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Bit warmer at the moment, but I'm doing good.
The war isn't over, it never was, and it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Oh yeah.
No, I don't think I should give gay German voice to Gregor. Camp German voice to Gregor. Party is the bottom and the hat woman is the top. What? Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Proud words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How?
I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrade, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms all set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... Well, you remember as well from the post, from the epilogue? That's not even the gift that his mother left for him. That's just the wrapping.
No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them?
We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Yeah, the smoke war is going to be interesting when we do get to Otis's canto. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure?
Oh, I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us.
Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. Is that, like, from the book itself, with Metamorphosis Sense, what it's based on?
Oh, it's a bit saddening to hear that.
You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start.
They didn't.
But through our journey, I began to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved.
Oh, is there? Ah.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. Like, I never even got the fact that the apple was like a sort of... almost like a trigger word as well. And was a sort of euphemism for heart until later. It's like, holy shit, that made so much sense. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception? Potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Fang. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. Yeah, but he said you could go either way. You could become one of the most powerful sinners or the weakest sinner. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again.
The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before?
Yeah, badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. You know, one thing I've just sort of like understood is to, you know, that he's got the stitching there in his like his jacket. I wonder if that's because when he was putting the jacket on, he tore a hole through it with his arm. I never even realized that, but I think it did. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. I bet you kick me off the bus before push comes to... Oh, that can't be the answer, Gregor. Oh, you can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. Plus, you are Fire Fist Gregor. I am not giving you up. You are too good for my fire team. And also quite good in other teams, too. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Well, if we do get, like, say, second cantos for each of them to deal with it, which you probably will do, that will be Kyoto's second cantos dealing with that. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencina, that piece of work. Oh, we can't attach a number to our misfortune as if there's something to be measured. Oh, when I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you come to a pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Man, the fact that it's Hong Lu who's literally talking to him about this shows a lot.
Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much.
Yeah, in the story for Distortion Detective, that hand, which is a prosthetic, was bitten off by the current color fixer that's in their team when he was a debut hunter and was eaten. When they were stuck in some sort of like weird, like, I think mindscape or something.
They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left me in my heart bled me dry.
Yeah, Vesper. Like, I do think when we, like, Otis will be her, will get an ID like hers as well.
But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in.
It's, well, I saw someone where it's like they've been fishing for like 2 hours or something, and they got level 4, and they sold like one fish for like 100k because it's a legendary fish. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh man, I knew he'd been dropping Eves this whole time.
I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bird or the rest of you fellas sooner or later. I don't really mind, but what's she doing here?
TA. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Oh, don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. And you know what? I don't mind the fishing. I find it cute and relaxing, depending on where you do it. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I do like that you don't unlock... If you haven't done it so far as well, Chili, if you're still there, you do unlock a Walkman, I think around... I think it's, what is it? Level... Is it like agent level or is it like the tycoon level? But either way, you unlock it later. That is annoying. But of course, it is a gacha, so yeah. It's something that's long-term rather than designed to be in a day. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ah, you're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Fum's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No? Duh. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a scary lady like that? You can use the Walkman in Metal Gear, you can. Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected, dude. Oh, being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? I still think the Lucio is gonna be Heathcliff. And that's gonna be so fucking tragic. Because Roger is gonna be the fucking drunk, abusive nurse father. And he escaped the abuse of the manor to only be abused in the syndicate. And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him. You haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. Oh, what's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Oh, look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. A textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. He refers to himself as a textbook, holy shit. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously? I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question towards you, Tsunoriyoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the firm nurse father showed particular interest to? Or the doors you use most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit! I must die out there! Son of a bitch, a fucking fly! Where did those Chico fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? So wait, G-Corp still had, like, because this is way after the smoke war as well, I would assume, or maybe that it was during it, because she's supposed to be in disgrace or something, so that's why she's here, but maybe she was, this is during the smoke war. Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? The bandages? For you? Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works! Mom?
Yes. Well, it's not even a case that Valentina is likely to be the Rogan ID. She is the Rogan ID. Do you know why we know this, Gallivir? One of the voice lines of Hong Lu's mentions how to keep that drunk Rodion away from his exhibits. And there's only one member of the House of Spiders who's a drunk, and that is this individual here.
Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Huh. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted.
At least you have a bit of a time frame with the smoke war. Yeah, it's the same thing with like Matthias Otis. Like the reason why we know Otis is Matthias is because in the Ishmael ID, it's literally Otis that she talks to, and she reference her as Mama, and then it's like literally has Otis there, so it's like, oh, okay. And then we have Sinclair as the Pinky apprentice, and of course the bad end ID Ryoshi will be the Pinky nurse father most likely, unless it's somebody else. I don't know, but we'll see. It's more than likely going to be the case though. A lot of them already have theorized that Gregor is going to be the textbook. I don't think it is, because he's already been Hohenheim twice.
But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking, stop beating me too. Like a blissful idiot, he forgot that she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last.
Because I thought that she got made the nurse father here due to her disgrace of the smoke war, maybe. But it seems like it was something before that then.
Some time after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor, day after day.
Yeah, because she's probably told she's never returning to the Thumb.
The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities.
That's the individual who she learned the art of language from.
It was pathetic.
Hold on.
Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers.
That's the thing, we don't know what side Otis was on. We just know that she was very likely a general, potentially in the smoke war.
I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too.
If you wonder what the smoke war is, like that's basically when several different like sections of the city all start fighting, for whatever reason. It's like massive. Yeah, but doesn't that mean that bad door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war?
Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it.
Wait.
Me? Yes, others can do it for you. But what would be the point?
You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. I know, right? What's with the smoke?
We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself.
Then
what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, and you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment.
He literally ate Valentina as well. That's what the crazy thing is. Or the cockroaches did.
While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers.
So M-Corp must be Mind Corp then. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines of our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Grade 8 Grade 8 Fixie Yuri. Oh, is that Yuri as in the Yuri from Kanto 1 who got turned into an apple? I would not have thought that she'd be here. Oh, she's just part of his trauma right now.
Oh, it's nice to have a place to go back to.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's just going through his trauma right now.
Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday.
You can't possibly have the cheat to call me cruel.
You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You are nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters.
But yeah, she mentioned the fly then. She must have fought against like the Fly King or something. Because the theories are that there was 4 of them. A fly, moth, butterfly, and probably a praying mantis would be my guess. Sorry, fly, moth, probably a mantis or something, or maybe a bee, and then of course the cockroach. I think they did mention them before. I'm pretty sure they did. I just can't remember them.
I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still.
It's kind of like when I was watching the anime to do with Gungal Online. Very nice. Was it Gungal? No, it's not Gungal. You know, the one that's like not Sword Art Online, but the gun version, where they actually use that as therapy. It's quite good.
Oh, of course it's going to pause it there. Of course it is.
Gun Arts, yeah. Yeah, Gun Arts, that's it. Gungal's something completely different. Yeah, it's Kira. There she is.
이거 하면 내 만화책 진짜 돌려주는 거 맞지? 너 분명 그 안경 걸고 나랑 약속했다.
I mean, it's all Korean regardless, but we need it.
해보자. 좀 치고받고 싸우는 거라도 보면 덜 지루하겠지.
Oh, do we still have the magical girl? What the fuck? Oh. Oh yeah, I got the LCE research team. I forgot about that. I did get them. Oh, we have to have Gregor? I mean... Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I could have him in this form, but I mean, like, let's be real. Let's be fucking real. Now, I don't want to fuck it up too much. I was actually going to make it where it's, you know, 5 is Gregor. But no, this is fine. This is fine. They're going to have these. It's obviously going to have to be... The points. We need the points. Points equal prizes, remember.
기대되시네 작품.
시연회의 일정이 잡혔습니까?
오케이. 이럴 거.
나를
소재가 준비됐소?
오케이.
H사와
제가
이제야 부르나.
Perfect.
좀
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Oh, it's just an office. This place. Huh? It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Ah, of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. As you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Are we having another resonance going on right here? Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. His true trauma, working in an office. It was never the trenches. D&D went well last weekend. We accidentally summoned some sheep. Then Owlbells appeared and killed most of them, but we saved 2 of the sheep we summoned though. One is called Ralph now and Bill. What do you mean you accidentally summoned sheep? Huh. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Our reps just had to holler, "Hey, and I just gotta ride up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident."
Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment.
Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Oh, it really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. So, how's you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough, it's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you're gonna sell that, commemorative coin. Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. There's a quest for a magic barrel that summoned either sheep, kobold, or mimics. We then got attacked by some sort of interdimensional beings of order because they were pissed we were causing so much RNG chaos in one spot. Oh, we also made some giant apes. One was tiny and one was left behind, so it's now... So you created a tiny giant ape. How does that work? Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profited from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps? About how in every barrel is an opportunity waiting to be found? Blah, 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 blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? There were 8 with boxing gloves, but one was smaller and weaker, so they left him behind. He should have become your new friend. Missed opportunity. He could have become your lover. You're very good at that. That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna break during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment, fellas? Nepo Force. A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? It turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, like an actual Nepo? But he's the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. It's what everyone ever talks about by the water cooler. Oh, man, the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Oh. And hey, a Backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left is to go up. To go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh, hey, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there.
No worries. But it seemed like you were on your way to submit those proposals.
Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something.
Yeah, sure, if I get the chance.
The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye.
I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor.
Aw, come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? By the way, the VA for Gregor is the Korean VA for Mr. Krabs in SpongeBob SquarePants. Fun.
Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-workers chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past, over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves.
No, it's not like I remember because I want to.
Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended.
Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Hey, manager bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but what's going on in my life seemed to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath.
Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherited in living. Still, live on. Just live on.
Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair.
Today the gloomy greys seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond.
This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but...
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past.
When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn.
Wait,
I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time?
yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations.
Were you?
So I stayed and...
The furs are here again.
Oh man, it's those asshats again! Ah, weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door.
I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor.
Well,
we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Feast upon their bones! Devour their hearts! Apple. Well, I'm glad that you're still having fun with your D&D. But what about... What's ever gonna happen to, you know, the lovely lady that we're still missing at the moment? The dwarven widow, who's no longer actually a widow, but still. I ship it. I ship it still. You still visit her in the lore? Wow, do you have like a special teleportation to her? Just her specifically? And she's there for every concert without fail somehow. Even when it's a gorilla concert, it's like, how the hell do you even hear? Oh, okay.
키 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요? 예술을
적절한 비교 지표가
Her house is in the town as my bar stage. Oh, so you're not constantly wondering. You do go back like to like a certain like same place. Okay, that's good to know.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
Honestly, if you're doing a bleeds charge build, you will never see him finish his like animations because everything just gets nuked into oblivion. I think that works better personally than the full ring team, at least in Mirror Dungeon. But hey,
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
are we gonna get these two? Like, gonna get the LCE research team the most?
실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸수
Area Bastion, yeah, that's called the casting call. Got 2 staff members in the performance area. Do you pay your staff? I have to know this. God, I hope you do. Like, maybe. Yes, you do. Nice. If I was the DM at some point, I would just make it where the staff members revolt for some reason because you forgot to pay them, like, and forgot to feed them. They believed in you in returning, but you never did because you've been away for longer than you thought since you're like in the war or something. They get paid a lot, lol. Which you weren't here when I was going on my little rant as well. I say rant, but on what they could have done. It is a bit of a side bit now, but whatever. What they could have done with the Final Fantasy 14 story, which I feel like probably would have been more well received potentially, and I think you would have liked it too. Basically, more of the stuff that we had with Alexandria, rather than the whole stuff with what. Like, you could still have that, but not like as much. But the whole reason we go to the new world is more to do with Kryol. And we meet Wook in the new world more than anything. Like, you know, like the bunny boy brings something back, which he did. You know, that is like, oh, something to do with her parents, which he did. To be like, wait, my grandfather never went there. So why is there something of my parents over there? Or whatever. That was the thing. And I don't think that would have been a lot better. And then we go canoeing in the Cerulean Canyon. That'd have been great. Because that's the bit I like the most with the Alexandria stuff. That was weird. Quite nice. I just think Kryl got done dirty, and it's a shame. Odd baby.
관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 명령일지도 모르지.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
이건 기록해두었다가 분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
마지막으로 남길 말?
신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면.
But I almost feel like Yoshi P is too afraid to allow like Lalafell to be super important to the story.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군. 약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
One staff member just joined by previously.
신금을 올리지는 못하고
Last weekend, they all got the normal weekly pay, 10 gold a week. Goes to my chef, but I roll a D100 every week for my performance, and depending on what I roll, I get up to 100 G per week. What options you get to the staff anyway? Last weekend I rolled 57, so the orc got an extra 57 gold. Holy shit. No wonder they still work for you. Do you even know if they do work? Just like, we're being paid, man, and we're not even doing work. Like, bruh, where's the money even coming from? This is crazy. He doesn't need to be part of it anymore.
시연회의 일정이 잡혔습니까?
이 떨림. 내 작품.
시연회의 일정이 잡혔습니까?
나를
소재가
찾았냐?
At least the DM didn't say along the lines, oh, because he's an orc, he's too stupid to realize he's being paid lots of money. Because I know in D&D, I mean, in this version as well, is the orc Mexican? Because I know they did that. Once we dealt with the Falvers who invaded the Thumb-Nose Falvers destroyed corridor, we left for the Index and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Did you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along.
It's you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Oh, yeah. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks, topped with bunch of whipped cream.
Now that's a scene. You got big badonkadonks too.
Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down on doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Yeah. No, that does make absolute sense. It does. But, I mean, obviously with certain... Because they kind of, like, perverse the orcs. But, yeah. At least in like, official D&D stuff. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all.
Alrighty, I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor.
Oh, I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't a mass dude. There was this other, She can't remember her because Ryoshu erased her existence.
Oh, is there anything you don't... Is there something you don't remember?
Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here?
Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here.
Forsooth! The Index Apprentice? Oh, pray tell. Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollection, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... The representations of the pinky and the index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless braid has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for one.
As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I traced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora.
Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character.
Well, the Ariashiki cut her into ribbons.
That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between.
If you meet her in the mirror dungeon, it's just blank. It's just squares.
I could almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. But that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave.
Ryoshi?
Let's say the world's made of strings or threads cloth. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost...
Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshi fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like as she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it worked, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Ah, Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Yeah, there's plenty already. Ooh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off, huh? Sorry.
Alright, sorry, I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor.
I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups.
And as far as we're aware, he's very likely dead, is Reen, but we don't know for sure.
She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryoshi? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle?
Arya doesn't like it when Sinclair is speaking. She's the only one that doesn't like him.
He's the only one she doesn't like. I didn't do anything.
But I saw it. I saw Ryoshi's scabbard, Arya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something.
I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm here.
Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something.
Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Okay. Arya? Is she hearing her?
Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Arya's.
Dante, you saw that too, right?
She didn't do anything.
Wait, really? It really wasn't her?
Nope.
Then it's decided.
To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either.
Oh, damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh?
Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin.
Oh, we should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting.
Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in Averness. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door.
I think this leads to a basement. Oh, it's the Index Torture Dungeon. Nice!
And emerged into what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area.
Oh, wait, is this the torture dungeon of his? Because in Yi Sang's Uptai story for that version of him,
he is torturing somebody in a dungeon.
Oh, whenever the Master Unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door.
I didn't.
So, who are they? The Inks. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why you hear paper slips?
Alright, we're already executing the prescript.
I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps.
The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty, save what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them.
It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously?
Yep.
This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captors were
conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking.
He was cheating the prescript, basically. Get it done as fast as possible to spend more time with his daughter.
Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Oh, let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing?
Alright, you cannot enter through this door, you know.
Oh, I see. Another creeper body blocking in the doorway. Moo, I need to see something.
Oh, the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. But yeah, you gotta say, I'm waiting for it, Gallivy. Guess you might have accumulated more than a few stacks of karmic consequences that way. Yeah, most likely. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in.
I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to.
It's like, I think it does cover it in Library of Runo when it comes to how the prescripts are. Can be interpreted as like, oh, it can be like, okay, I don't know, eat the cake. It's like, right, cool. You can eat the cake. But then it actually means eat all of the cake. All of it. More than one. Yeah, like, Otis is... there's a bit of, like, stuff happening with Otis here, which, you know...
Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads.
Same, dude, same.
Oh, Green's been using this basement then. I'd like to see what's upstairs.
Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list.
Still, if this has anything to do with Yoshi's memories.
Alright then,
let's push through. Executed your command, Executive Manager.
Alright, so what other prescript is absolute?
Is it though? I'm contemplating, because I've got the time off next week, I could start it.
너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보기.
Exactly.
Because like when you do the Uptide story for Faust as well, like she's been giving false prescripts where it's like eat your vocal cords, and it's like that's not real. Like it sort of goes into that in a way, how to interpret them.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Because the one that actually gives them the prescripts is supposedly Hermes. And Otis, in her, like, her art, she has, like, Hermes in her, I think she's got the staff of Hermes in there. Yeah.
실수.
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지. 잘했다고 나는 썼네.
대박. 방금은 간지였는데.
And, like, her entire symbol, at least in the game as well, is a horse, like a Trojan horse.
줘도 되잖아.
So,
이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야.
and she's always very, very fearful of the gods. Which I, you know,
어디서도 볼 수
interesting.
없을 색채로. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yeah, but, really, you could do a lovely song. Just charm the mimics. Would the dungeon master let you do that? Would the DM let you do that? Like, just putting a concert outside to lure all the mimics outside? So you can just kill them? And it just leaves the real treasure inside?
예전엔 그런 거 좀 치사하다고 생각했지. 근데 LCD였나? 특색도 있는
Of course you did. Oh wait, this one actually has like proper... This isn't just chain. Nice!
멋있더라.
Oh, what? I'm gonna say, why are they all hating on freaking Otis? You leave Otis alone, man.
점 찍었네.
Aren't harpies supposed to be the ones that do the charming? I remember that from Baldur's Gate 3. I dread to think how the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough is going for Ray right now. Because the fun thing is, if I'm right with what's happening, with what's upstairs, because of, once again, other people, it's basically like a sort of almost reference to Library Runa as well. Because the whole thing that this guy based his life off of as well was the dude in Library Runa. But apparently the rumors are that he started basing his life on it before the guy even existed, but who knows? I don't know.
합격장.
임파스터.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
Well, of course, we're supposed to fight the way through a tavern, then fight the boss on the second floor. I'm feeling so well that I get down one bit of train me on. They forgot my team went up and killed the guy. Oh yeah, no, I remember you saying that one with that story with the one that you did the charming instead. You put on a concert, but everyone else was fighting upstairs. Great.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, that's her saying bro, seriously. I thought it was like, wait, why is the index guy saying that?
알아, 오늘아 힘들었지? 여기서 잠깐 쉬어. 쳐다만 봐도 따스해질 테니까.
It's such a... This is a really nice ego, by the way, that replaces her base one. Obviously good at with shards. I was just lucky I did a temple with tickets and I got it.
비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록에 있다면
What did you sacrifice to get that? Holy shit.
점 찍었네.
Oh, wait. Mersault freaking activated furry mode. Fantastic. I know how to activate hers. I'm not sure how his activates. So somehow you might very well be the strongest member of your entire adventuring party. But you don't actually fight much. Be very charismatic though. It would have been great if you did the whole standard thing, which ends up most of the time is you roll a 20, but you roll a 1 on intelligence, so you're incredibly dumb, but you're very lovable. It's because you're like that is why you're lovable.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
Ah, none of them are like picking up. Very sad.
점 찍었네.
It's when they sparkle. You want them to sparkle, you see.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
Strength 14, Dex 7. That's Strength 14 is higher than like most humans. Did you also have to roll the stats for your workers that you can use as a summon? That would be actually kind of cool if you could do that.
나쁘지 않고.
어중간한 예술은. 재밌었다. 자,
I mean, there's always that tale like where it's they literally just flirt with the dragon instead. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Arya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Jihu star. I swear some people have no reading comprehension or memory sometimes. Like when I was reading Shangri-La, some people were going on about how who's grandpa, and it's like here in this side. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it wasn't like very front and center, but like it's like that one panel is like it links it to that they're all related because it's like, oh, it's her, that's the Kyogo Ultima or whatever it is, and then it's pretty much hinted because she says the one who's into him that's her grandfather or like in another family, like whatever it is. Like she's part of the branch or they're a branch or something along those lines. I remember that, but either way, them three are related, the two sisters and her. And then it's like their collective grandfather or, yeah. Hmm. And depending on how the families work, like, he would literally be all their grandfathers, even if not by blood anyway, because of the, you know, Irish state families and all that sort of shit. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be Dehu Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Have we had a new chapter then? Hmm. I know that we had it where I read manga. Someone decided to upload a shitload of, like, a manhwa instead for my gift level 9,999 level gacha. And it's like 100 chapters of a different manga. Everybody wouldn't do that. Instead, when he fought the dragon, he just spent the entire fight insulting him. He fought a white dragon. So you just literally hurt the dragon's feelings? Like, you're mean. God, it's not like I wanted to be Dehu Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here.
Certainly. You have a point.
Ian. Yeah, so yeah. It's still the same cliffhanger. Fucking good though, isn't it? Yeah. I have a feeling he probably will lose, but he'll give her the hardest fight.
So, what's there? The stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond?
The 1v1 a giant ice troll, the warrior team was like, what the hell?
Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward.
So you just found this dungeon and was like, yeah, I'll use this to capture people, but I'll never go upstairs. Like, holy shit.
Am I seeing Arya's memories? Clock, what did you see?
I'm not sure, but now that we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. So maybe that theory is out the window. It might actually just be his old place, which... Someone in the comments where I read brought up, yo, wouldn't it be funny if he ends up doing the torso leg lock thing he cheated with again? He might do. He might do.
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
I honestly would not be surprised.
집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Wait, did I not already do this?
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계할 필요는 없어.
I'll get my resources back anyway.
들었어도 실패는 안 했을 걸. 나 참. 내 말 안 들을 거면 왜 이런 거 시킨?
최악이요. 소재는 망가졌고 영감은 이미 떠난 지 오래지.
Oh no, it's just a combat one. Okay. Well, considering that, I mean, she was literally sexually harassed by her cousin before that. So, yeah. With her, like, how her physical body is. I do wonder if she's a little bit more on the chubby side, maybe, IRL, but who knows.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
It's just funny because I do wonder as well if she's part of the family as well, like one of the branch families, you know, the one who's very sadistic, because she knows both her as well as also Kyogo Zero, Kyogo Ultimate. Oh yeah. The funny thing is, he's probably even going to comment like, wow. He's probably gonna like really insult her by saying like you're slower than like X and Y and Z, but don't forget he's finally putting that skill book to use as well that he got way back from the fight against the Colossus. That's the whole reason he did that in the first place, to learn Kendo. And even then he's going into dual swords. It's gonna be hype though. Like, I know we got the new season coming up. I think it's still later this year, but we'll see. Yeah, I think we'll finally jump onto Library Ruining next week. I feel with my time off. I think that'd be perfect.
예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전수.
Shangri-La Frontier. I'm pretty sure, like, we know a new season is on the way, but I can't remember when it's coming. Yeah, oh, it's not until next year? Fair enough.
나쁘지 않아.
저 객체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
아이씨,
관리자가 상황에
짜증나게.
맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을
And it,
택했으니
well, obviously it won't cover what's currently in the manga, but it's still going to be fucking hype.
적을 약화시키는 것도 좋은 방법이지. 나쁘지 않군.
굉장히 잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요. 팀장님 나름의 칭찬.
감상은 어떤가요?
Ooh, nice. But yeah, I'm shocked that I was actually able to get past not only Behemoth early today, thanks to not only leveling up, I also leveled up Anis's doll. I also got extra copies of her. She's now MLB'd. Got past her, and now I'm now at floor 1025. I've actually gone higher than the guy who was ahead of me before.
믿지 않았군.
Maybe that'll make him want to try and actually beat it. I don't know, but
가위를 내겠다고
the
했을
floor 999 boss is that one which has the shield and then shoots the lasers. I figured out how to make it work. Sort of.
짜증나게. 안 남았어도.
It's hard to tell, but the best thing to do literally is just go behind fucking cover. When it comes down the lasers. Just like, oh man, Moran keeps dying, so I brought in Mana instead as well to revive her. She still dies. Like, okay.
강도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
감상은
LCA나
어떤가요?
LCD에서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
I've only used the tickets I've been getting from like, and the free ones as well, obviously from like the event, etc. All of my gems I'm saving for summer.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 대박. 저희 영감은 일깨워 주시는군요. 아이씨, 팝콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
Yeah, I hope so as well.
영감이
I'm
떠오르지.
generally still hoping that we get like my. If I was a betting man, I would literally put Coco, Bready, and Crust down as the 777 event units. Only because Coco is the only one that we don't have so far. And of course, she probably wants to be an agent-made bunny as well. Obviously, it won't be the same sort of outfit. It will be a double little onesie instead. And I think Crust will have a similar outfit too. And Bready will be the other unit, which is, I know that it was what you probably hope.
쳐다만 봐도 따스해질 테니까.
That to me would make sense. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, Doro was definitely a surprise. I don't even know who the summer units would be this time round. We could get Sora. Because I'm just thinking like characters that are popular.
산출값이 좋네요.
We can't have another Arcana. We just had her already, so she won't have a limited one.
쓸수 있겠어. 해양지를 데이터를 얻었고.
Because like Sora is a popular character with like an okay kit. She could be a summer unit. Because you can't even go by like, oh, traditionally X, Y, and Z are the summer units. Because they're from all different ones. I kind of hope we might get like a Sin or a Guilty at some point. Yeah, suddenly random Lifeguard Nikkei team release. I mean, we didn't get a maid this year. So, I mean, we got a... Technically we did and we didn't.
수치 좋네요.
We got Velvet, but yeah.
무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
점 찍었네.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
Oh, I also, with the current Solar Raid as well, came to the realization that I really got to fucking invest in Decay as well. Holy shit, she's actually pretty good.
끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
It's not like, damn, she's so good, but like with some proper investment, she'd be a solid unit.
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률.
Yeah, kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Yeah, this is Roland's room. Right, looks just like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up such a chore, but Pete should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while.
Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. Though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here?
If they're putting in like literal reference to Roland as well, that's insane. It's funny that the very place that he went to for his dungeon was Roland's area, but he never went upstairs. Yeah, the prescript probably told him not to.
Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return.
Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting it. The open door, the single shooters lying around.
So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return.
The invite to the library. I know bits and bobs because I've seen lore videos.
I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause.
It really could have been anything.
Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshi? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh?
The index nurse, father. I mean, the last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshi's hand. He destroyed me when I met him as a secret boss in the mirror dungeon. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshi again, but... Ooh. Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshi would ever see him.
This is... Do you recognize this drawing?
I found myself hoping to see Ryoshi piece together enough of memories she'd been recalling. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head.
No. I don't.
Goddamn.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의
I'm gonna hear
반지는
that squelch every
마에스트로가
time.
되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
I have been clearing the EXs, haven't I?
지금 제 작품
Yeah, I have
만인의
been.
신금을 울리지
How big is this?
못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
There we go, back to the buster.
선보여주는 것 같네요.
Sangria. That's interesting. What does that stand for? It's almost depressing how weak this
엄중한 심사.
it seems right now that Heathcliff in this squad, but hey, he's not weak at all, damn it. After leaving Reen's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while. We didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Alright, yeah, well, now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. That room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante.
Ah, okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance.
Alright, well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but...
Want to take a look around here anyway?
Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor.
The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure.
Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point.
There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which one is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? Oh, I've been here before.
Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit.
There's someone you'll have met too, I think. It was... might be another one who was severed by the Arya Shiki.
Oh, damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. Alright, so when you said back at K-Court that you cooked before, you were talking about this, huh?
Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here.
Your scabbard shaking.
The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering.
The scabbard, Arya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing it, if you ask me.
What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school. The sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki.
Oh, that's cute. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think?
I am. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a schoolbox lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus?
No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses.
And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes?
'Cause it's adorbs, that's why.
Something like this.
What's that?
Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup.
That's quite cute, actually. Come on, I didn't mean like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay.
Isn't it all about the SD when it gets down the gullet? Why is this so important?
But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
IDU.
Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you?
It means I don't understand. Ah.
That's when you say, I don't know, IDK, Mom. SMH.
These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Arya shared.
The sinners, me and Arya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of these memories remains sliced away. So if we continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places,
Do you want to check out what's upstairs too?
As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop.
Wait!
Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapon.
This way, manager.
Oh yeah, Mersault's with us. And Mersault, who realised what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line.
And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding. Well, figures they'd send more than fodder to the house of spiders. Ah, stinks of wet dog.
The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Ah, it's Mommy. Okay.
Wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emilia Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located?
The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. but the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility.
Sure, you're at the right address, lady. Maybe Unk's stuff in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage.
I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mass. And then there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rin said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely.
What? What is that?
The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Ariashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu she is now.
Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshida, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those anesthetic AM.
As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Arya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction.
Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method. Assurance.
How are our odds?
I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a kappa of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle.
Oh, verily? That'd make her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even Lei Heng.
Now she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HOM.
Half or more? I like those odds.
Half or more. Dude, really? Outmodded, has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? Oh, it was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. Is our word recovered from the house for more tools than art? The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them arts. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you will be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. Oh, at least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshida, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporeism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpse that, once it has depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions upon itself. Falvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask that challenges the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call la vie, a foul? These are the subject matters that have led us forth into foul. into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colours that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable at least among the ring's art, or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claimed to have seen clued you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work too shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes, and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath and bound from the yoke of reason, a fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signify. Instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson.
Ryoshi readied her scabbard.
Pointillus, Falvis, Suprematus, Blaritus, Cubus. I visited my share of the ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pure, the pursuit of simplicity.
Oh my god, just wrestle already.
I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy.
Words.
A state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. S-A-N-G-R-I-A. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Falvism? Painted. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Oh, then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eye. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetic. I, a docent of Lithausarum, shall personally welcome to my critique session.
I've only fought her in Mirror Dungeon, and she can be a pain at times. It is going to be interesting.
치사하게 자기 혼자 사기 버프 둘둘 감고.
Well, we're completely failed right now, and I'll make use of it.
없다고? 그럼
Get rid of the little shits. Man, artists, really crazy, man.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
저 격차는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니
짜증나게.
당연한 결과.
It's true, we did. I still love that the first like announcer you get is Dante, and it's just ticking. I fucking love that. I actually have never listened to Faust in that one. I love the fact that her voice lines are muffled. My hair coupon! Fucking love that it's just named that.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
And his hair is so luscious. It's so incredibly luscious.
임파스터.
Not as luscious as Chili's hair, but you know, it's still luscious.
걔 말고 그 옆에 피일 남았잖아. 안 잡고 뭐해?
And that's what matters. Like, I'll continue to use win rate as long as I'm winning. Like, I got no choice right now anyway. This is a chain battle. Until it becomes a single battle. Yeah, I was using her in my current middle team. She's not bad. I just need to currently find like a 7th member who can work with them.
유사 실험 기록이 있다면 따로 전송해줄게.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Good lord, that's a lot of clashing.
대박. 방금은 간지였는데.
And part of me, Sven, can I put in cheat codes into any spawn a tank and infinite fonds? Could you imagine? So have you gone to prison yet? I'm hoping they kind of fix the guards, you know, in terms of their patrolling. And there's like a very easy way to get out if you wanted to as well. But I mean, that kind of destroys the joy. Okay. Now I'm a good appraiser. Excellent. I mean, like, he doesn't need to sort of do that yet. Yeah, you got no sparkles on that one. Got no spark. Oh, you got sparkles there. That's a one-sided guard. Ah, god damn it. So, oh yeah, this goes in like order or something as well. Like, like each one needs to. Yep. It's so weird that he does it like this, but whatever. I love it.
감상은 어떤가요?
I mean, usually the ones you can actually run over are enemies, so that doesn't really matter. That you can't run over civilians. You do get a little bit of wanted if you currently like do like public destruction. But, you know, checks out.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Yeah, I need to like, at least in terms of Nikke, man, Velvet really needs to get her freaking gear upgraded. Like, I'm still shocked I haven't done that. I'm so stupid. You don't even got a 1-star rating yet? I mean, I did get one very early on. That's because I was fed up of not being able to go get anywhere quick. So I did end up using the, I did steal a car. The funny thing is, once you've stolen a car, every time you get into that car, it gives you a wanted level.
거기서는 왼쪽으로 가서 넘치는데?
더 야성적인 깊이로.
신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 디테일링 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성.
I haven't got the motorcycle yet. I would like to. I just don't know where you get it yet. That's my only problem. I don't know where you get it. Obviously, it's going to be one of the places where you buy it. When you say cheap, how cheap? And to be fair, if I look at the thing, it'll probably tell me where to get one. Okay.
그럼 안녕히.
제가 연구원이라고? 저희 영감은 일깨워 주시는군요. 어디 해결사?
I still love the fact that you can just like buy certain outfits and other stuff as well. Like you can get it with real money, but you can just get it with in-game stuff too. Same with the cars. Hey, yeah, you could get the go-kart for like 20 quid, or you could just get the 6.8 million.
작품 완성. 돌아가면 의견을 나눈다.
Thanks, Eve Cardo.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Ah, so there's multiple different versions of cheap cars that I wasn't actually aware of. Okay, good to know.
LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Who has egos right now? Have you got an ego on? No, you know, you can use your ego, why not? They get a bit of like envy resonance going on. Screw it, let's get some presents going. Ah, alright. Because obviously you get like the car at the start, which is not expensive. I mean, it's like, was it 10k or something? Here are the proofs, behold my prize needle. But I just activated all the egos. Oh, you evil. Alright, ferry mode engaged.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
그 지표는 3개월 전 되었잖아요. 큰일이 없고.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
그래, 내가 왔다.
I mean, that's okay.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이.
I mean, nothing can beat the scooter, I know. I know that I stole one of the, because I got attacked like on the streets by those delinquents. They're on bikes as well. It was just a random event that happened, and I took one of their bikes, and it was about 120, 130 miles an hour. I mean, it's a shame I couldn't keep it because it was quite nice. It was missing a wheel, but it was fun. Ooh, she's doing a lot of damage right now. I don't like this.
좋은 선물이 되겠군.
Wow, a whole 1 damage? Holy shit.
관람객분들께 더 이상의 주태를 보일 순 없죠.
앞에서 깝칠 때부터 쳐맞을 줄 알았지. 좀 사려봐.
Nah, do another ego.
감상은 어떤가?
Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Spread the joy, you know.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh shit.
과제가.
Ooh. and that is pretty quick. Outside of racing, though, you probably wouldn't really want to have it be too fast anyway, because I will admit I mostly put comfort mode on when I'm going around like the area, just the city, because I don't need to be like speeding around the corner like crazy. But I did come across one of those octo trucks randomly. It was just parked there, and I was thinking, that looks like a very weird looking truck. Let me just attack it. Oh shit!
반달리즘은 사절이란다.
앞에서 깝칠 때부터 쳐맞을 줄 알았지. 좀 사려봐.
So he's not looking too good right now. Wait, who are you clashing with? Ooh. Anyone who can do like a better clash with? Oh, it's a hopeless. But you, Fausti, you're hopeless. Oh shit. Who had the like slightly better one who could clash with there? Oh no, they're all hopeless. Struggling. And it's no good. I mean, it's neutral. It says it's neutral, which is weird. Goblin's struggling, so that says hopeless. Oh, it's because of like who had the most debuffs on. Who has? She has the least debuffs. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
그래,
파우스트,
내가 왔다.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
I think he literally, with that buff, made it where she could win the clash. Holy crap.
저의 뼈로 틈을 잡고
Thank you, Honglu Glazing.
저의 살로 채워넣는 외면의 예술. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, so wait, we can actually change the license plate. That's awesome.
예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
That's amazing. He has one-sided guard. That's one-sided guard. Probably not a good idea. I got the one side. I got the defense on you. It's not really a problem. Yeah, go for it.
Sauvage.
Yes, man. I was trying to think what 5MB is.
당신요.
I'm sure it's something kinky. I'm absolutely positive it is.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oops, my bad. Oh, and here I put it as something like a new version of like boobies. I'm very disappointed now.
믿지 않았군. 나는 분명
Yeah,
가위를
I'm seeing
내겠다
it.
했을 텐데.
I approve. This fight's actually quite a nasty one. It's a good one. Ironically, once I actually start getting the other middle in, it's going to be great.
브레이크 슬램.
I am winning, but not as much as I'd like to win.
과제가
수감자가 사망.
In fact, we just had one die, Honglu.
능력을 모르는 건 나님에만
They have Sinclair. That's not Sinclair, sorry. We have Don Quixote.
그 고통을 생각하면 그리 쉽게 익숙해지진 못할 테지만.
Yeah.
그 소재.
I mean, she is tanky. Like, this isn't Mirror Dungeon as well, so it's like, oh no. You don't have, like, a lot of the buffs going.
짜증나게. 사납네.
I'm gonna win it regardless, just because I have more. Feet for life. See, that one.
가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Otis is dead. I wonder if some of those they won't allow. Maybe. See what? No, well, Honglu died before Otis. Surprisingly, Kira is really helping with this.
Yeah. 쓰러진 김에 자고 있는데?
Oh no.
좀 치워야 하는 거 아니야?
Oh wait, no, this is Heathy.
걸리적거린다고.
Okay, him distorting into this. I mean, we don't see distortions that often, but him distorting is not the worst. Fun fact: if you power counter distortions, they do attack the one who did the distortion. Technically, I want the distortion to actually clash with them. That sometimes does actually happen.
써봐줘.
Weirdly enough. Like so.
수많은 꿈과 일순한다. 너는 즉시 사라지리라. 그것이 세상이니라. 그것이 곧 나이니라.
It's such a good ego, by the way, for him with using the middle, because it gives him more health.
짜증나게.
And see, it worked out in my favor.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로.
Oh, great. Now he's corroded.
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면.
But he's corroded into something more dangerous.
재밌겠는데?
It's alright, we've won anyway. He's still gonna do it though.
우리가 네 금속으로 내가 믿겠어. 끝나 시작해. 죽음은
Yeah, he killed Faust. Or whoever it was. I don't know who Mercer was slamming there, but he killed them.
그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간다.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
It might have, actually that might have been
지금
Ring
이
Zhang.
작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
But I believe that's like the last big fight that you do.
Yeah. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time. And the father's wing at least until you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps.
And I'll admit, like, the backup units I have there were not the most ideal ones that I would normally use it. I just have it currently set up for that. Or like maximum points.
I don't suppose words have any meaning now.
The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, and slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. Yes.
All I can do is buy time for...
Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut.
Dead. And here I thought at least her words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring.
Ah, let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty defined win. A definite win. I could have also used the thing to make it where it equaled everyone, but I didn't.
All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here.
You did. You did very well.
Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had been here, Kira. We don't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, as long as we're a claw. Ah, don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager.
I mean, they tore up the place. And I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote, right?
Oh, privy! Speak not such folly! For the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the floor? Right? Not like we've a shortage of doors in here.
What's that? It's Rodion Ravonovich, whoever it is her full name.
Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room?
Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us.
Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Oh, don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreet. So this is what she meant. The back door, the through which we traversed, is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Farm. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. The room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open.
Is there anything we can do?
A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or 2 from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good for at least 3 days. Thanks, Roger. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the Elcor branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we could open our own.
What about the part where it cuts into your memories too?
Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memories. Still cleaves my memory with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear.
Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff.
What?
Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out.
Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work.
What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them.
Out of the question. By doing so, we'll be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor.
That's why you don't go too far in the bus either.
Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. Our wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshida and her OP sword is our best bet.
Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two?
Quit freaking out. You see, it will only be forgotten, not lost.
Well,
good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Hawk.
I look towards the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier. But it remains still.
The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally,
as the Aryashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memory.
ah, we were really getting somewhere.
the thin strands of Arya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again.
I wonder if this means that like Arya is going to be with us for a while and we're always going to like hear her voice every now and then as Dante.
Even still, Arya released the blade without hesitation.
But it's okay, we'll try again, so...
Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation.
Don't feel too bad.
Whenever we see blue text, we know that's Arya, as her voice faded into the gentle dark of Ryoshi's memory.
Oh.
Ah yes, the field of Heathcliff.
The next destination, you say? I think this is the last one, at least I'm hoping it is. Because I'm gonna end soon, anyway. Oh, well, welcome back.
Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders?
Oh, no, I didn't fill you in. Any information regarding those doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the Horrocks requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible. You have to rush our work a little. Only speculated here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something?
I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what?
Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh?
Did I say something wrong?
Must you ask to know?
I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is totally on the brink of collapse. Oh, L Corp actually fell? Damn. Oh, no, we already know L Corp did fall. Sorry, we know that. That happened ages ago. I'm surprised that W Corp is on the brink of collapse. I wonder why that is. You call us the Aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the Aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. I wonder if it's to do with what we did in the warp trains. It would be interesting. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. I love that it keeps, like, hinting towards Otis as well. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. It'll reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet?
Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much.
Ryoshi sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff. I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals.
This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad. You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. And speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results.
Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative.
The fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredible fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late. I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result would not have been replicable, not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing research and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU.
Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Oh, done already?
Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now.
You did tell me to shut the fuck up. I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that.
You think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some way.
How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling.
Very well. Then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sword? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to.
That's true, we don't actually know what happened to him yet. He was doing something with Vigilius, but it's like we haven't seen him.
Glad Miss Sword wasn't here for that. That kid, right? I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? Among other miscellaneous deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures, and the types of food she fed to a seagull.
Ah yes, the seagull.
For fire upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshi and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it, for the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? I reckon Heath forgets stuff all the time. How's this any different? seemingly inconsequential nature of this particular memory weren't cheered by sheer luck. In fact, it seemed to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Ariashaki. Or, I like how the Ariashaki actually has Aria in it, which I never even realized until now, holy shit. Or to be more precise, the power of Aria's ego. That's so. She looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. So her own daughter is protecting her, or at least trying to choose the memories that get sacrificed. All that remains of Aria in Ryoshi's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinnoh Ryoshi's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Ariashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look. As though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Ooh, so it got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes. According to our measurement, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory and calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memory to properly wield it. So, have our memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to record the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You just stepped foot into the world of Sangraia. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. The golden bows, yeah. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Yoshi's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sword and Pilot in recovery. Did a few odd jobs here and there, helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. Kind of feels like we're home again. We're back in the bus! Return to the bus. God, it's been ages. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Oh, damn, this is your ride? Hella bad. What are you doing in here? Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. As sure, we do need to feed the bus with something. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway.
Thank you.
Aim with the follow Pinecone. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So, what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? It was an interesting hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? Oh, I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring. I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions. Right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I best include this in the report.
Sounds like they're both here to see us go.
Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Yes, another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshida! I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... SYA? SYL? See you later. Did I do that right? Acronize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshida.
Are you trying to like have Kira be your new daughter or something? She'll be there to fill the void.
Prefer the echoes of that name.
After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn. The funny thing is, it was Arya who named her Ryoshu as well, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess, which is Encorp. Alright, where are we headed next?
Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius.
Yeah, now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question.
Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre?
Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity.
Downright bizarre, isn't it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante. We are now en route to Encorp. So, we are going there after all. Encorp.
Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners' voices, there are various gripes and discontent with Encorp. Mersault, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Yeah, because it's his Kanto coming up next. God, it's going to be so fascinating. I feel.
Now departing, vroom vroom.
With that, the bus resumed its journey to a yet another tale. Ah, what a beauty. I hope I still got the amount of turns that I needed. I think I did. Yeah, it would have been in yellow if I didn't. And that is the Intervalio. It's quite nice. I just quite like that. That's very good. I enjoyed that immensely. I know there's still the Botagak as well, but I'm probably just going to skip through that if I'm honest, since I've done the story before in the past. As I grab these, I see no reason not to. Like, why did you grab that one? I mean, I'll try and grab what I can as I go through it. Ooh. Oh yeah, I still had these as well. I forgot about them. That'll be a fun one to go through. God damn it, Galloway posting porn on main. I'm kidding. Just because he posted the Heap card out. Oh, I mean, he's got tattoos everywhere. Anyway, I gotta see if there is anyone who I want to raid at this time of night. If not, then I'm just gonna like peace out, you know. Oh, who is the actual excavation right now as well? It is... Oh, Shock Centipede. Oh, man, that's fucking piss. Perfect. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make that 10 times. It's like, what? It's like, look, Shock Centipede is really not difficult. At least compared to the others. Like, it's one of the easiest. If you're going to do it 10 times, Shock Centipede. I'm going to be honest. Peace out. No, not the small PP. Why would you make the small PP thing? Now I can't. Oh, man. Yeah, there's no one I'm really gonna raid tonight. It looks like.
제 상태가
Anyway,
조금
have a good one.
무섭고요.
I'll see you very
눈치채시면 바로
likely,
말씀.
maybe tomorrow. I know normally I do take
쓰고
Tuesdays off. I'll see how I
뭐라고
feel
종이에 적어주세요.
after work.
관리자가 จ๊깍대는 소리도 잘
If I am on, I'll just jump onto some NDE and chill. So yeah, have a good one. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you later. I got my Nikkei down to do as well.
이 정도 오류는 넘어갈까요?
Good night.
그러지. 이런 것까지 하나하나 조율하는 건 평범한 이들의 머리로는 어려울 테니.
아,